Chapter 2965. The Other Archaic Lifeform Side. The Fire Dragon King's gaze was cold, and Feng Yingshue's face turned cold. The other geniuses also looked unfriendly. Among them, Huomuzhen's expression was even more ferocious. The ancient creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge saw that there was no hope, so they prepared to search the surroundings to see if there were any more treasures. Since they couldn't get the heavenly fire, they wanted to get more spiritual herbs to make up for their losses. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered as he asked, "Brother Muzhen, is there really no other way?" He didn't believe that the Fire Qilin Cave only had such means. From the looks of it, the other party was obviously very familiar with Sky Flame City. How could they not have prepared some backup plans? Huomuzhen shook his head. The array formation is stronger than we imagined. For a while, I have no other way. Hearing this, Feng Yingxue snorted. No other way? You took our things and said there's no other way? Then, hurry up and return the storage ring to me. She was really angry. Damn it! She originally thought that the people of the Fire Qilin Cave had a way to open it, but she didn't expect to be happy for nothing. How could Feng Yingxue be happy? What did you say? You want it back. Damn it, if it weren't for me. Would you have been able to make it here? Huomuzhen was also angry. Along the way, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge followed them like dogskin plaster, and the Fire Qilin Cave was the one who cracked the array formation, especially the defensive array formation on the 4th level. It consumed a lot of his treasures. But now, the team actually wanted to take back the storage room? What a joke! How could he give up what he had obtained? Huomuzhen's expression was cold. What did you say? Say it again. Don't think that I don't dare to attack you. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feng Yingxue, who was at the side, shouted, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Do you really think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the 7th generation? Although Feng Yingxue was the 9th generation, she didn't seem to be afraid of Huomuzhen at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser, Lin Xian, who was in the distance, smiled. Why had they started to fight? If both sides could fight, it would be a good thing for him. Lin Xian's expression was relaxed, but on the other side, it was gloomy and worried, especially those from the Fire Qilin Cave. Each and every one of them had gloomy expressions. Their crown prince had given them the task, so if they couldn't get the heavenly flame, they didn't have to go back. Brother Muzhen, is there really no other way? Fire Dragon King said with a frown. It was not that there was no way. Huomuzhen's voice was cold. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. What method? Feng Yingxue asked quickly. The eyes of Zhang Wushuang and the others burned with passion. Huomuzhen snorted coldly and said, "Of course, it was to break the formation. Although this formation is powerful, it has been here for countless years. I don't believe that it is unbreakable. Besides, as long as it's a formation, there's a way to break it. If we study it patiently, we'll be able to break it one day. However, it might take a little longer." At this point, Huomuzhen looked at the people of Fire Qilin Cave and said loudly, "I don't care what you guys do. My Fire Qilin Cave has to break this flame formation and obtain the heavenly flame." How confident are you? The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Huomuzhen stretched out a hand. 50%. However, I'm not sure how long it'll take. It depends on how many people are willing to join forces with me. The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and said, "I'm willing to join forces with you." "I'm willing too." Seeing that the Fire Dragon King had agreed, Feng Yingxue naturally did not want to fall behind. All right. Huomuzhen's eyes shone with a cold light. Great. He smiled. If the Fire Qilin Cave were to do it alone, who knew how long it would take? However, with the help of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Spirit, it would take a long time. However, it was much stronger than them. Thinking of this, they looked at Zhan Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and the others. What do you think? Since you're here, how can you go back so easily? Zhan Wushuang said coldly. Hui Xinyan also nodded. They were still very young and had plenty of time to wait. Once they obtained the heavenly flame, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. It was definitely a good deal. Lin Xian retreated far away and looked at this scene with a sneer. It seemed that these people were really unwilling to give up. He did not have the time to accompany these people to obtain the heavenly flame. Perhaps he should try to see if there was any other way. Thinking of this, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Countless runes appeared in his golden eyes. Suddenly, he frowned as if he felt a force. Could it be? He quickly combined and formed a rune that he had obtained in the Black Passage. In the next moment, he was shocked, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. That is, he saw that in the distance, in the void, there seemed to be a divine furnace that was spreading terrifying flames. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he found that it was gone again. Could it be an illusion? Impossible. Lin Xian had full confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. If even the heavenly secret divine eyes had an illusion, probably no one would be able to see it clearly. In that case, there were other treasures in this place besides the heavenly flame, and these people did not know about this treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Let's go take a look. He secretly sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon trio. At the same time, he quietly retreated. Of course, he had to pretend to be disappointed. Sigh, I originally wanted to see what the heavenly flame was like. I didn't expect you guys to be so useless that you can't even open a formation. Forget it. I'll go and see if there are any king herbs that I missed. As he spoke, he strolled around the surroundings. Damn it, this kid is too despicable. Hearing this, the ancient creatures in front vomited blood in anger. How dare he call them useless? What a joke. This is the incomparably mysterious Heavenly Flame City. Do you think the formation is so easy to break? Zhan Wushuang glanced at the other party, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, he did not make a move. The most important thing now was to think of a way to obtain the heavenly flame. As for the other party, he would deal with him after obtaining the heavenly flame. He did not believe that the other party could escape. After all, the Fire Qilin Cave had led the team along the way. Without the Fire Qilin Cave, these people would not be able to leave at all. Sensing that Zhan Wushuang's gaze had shifted away from him, Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Great, it seems that these people have indeed let down their guard. Thinking of this, he slowly walked towards the place where he saw the mysterious furnace. Behind him, the ancient royal prodigy gritted his teeth. Damn it, attack, kill that kid. Yes, capture him first, skin him alive, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. The two of them were so angry that they were driven mad. Chapter 2966. One of them was from the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the other seemed to be from the Fire Spirit Cave. The two of them looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. They quickly followed behind Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he sped up. The entire paradise was huge, other than the flaming waterfall and flaming lake in front of him. There were other strange phenomena in the surroundings. In the distance, there was a valley. In front of the valley, Lin Xian stopped because he saw the mysterious divine furnace in the valley. Kid, is what you said true? Are there really other treasures? The Crimson Dragon and the other two were still hiding in the void. They quickly asked through voice transmission. I did see it, but I only saw it once. When I looked again, it disappeared. Don't panic. I'll try using the 3 mysterious patterns. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had activated one of the mysterious patterns before, and now he was going to activate another one. He wanted to see if he could see the divine furnace in the void again with 2 mysterious patterns. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, forming a mysterious pattern that shrouded the area in front of him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian saw a divine furnace floating in the void of the valley. The divine furnace was extremely terrifying. There were all kinds of rare beasts on the furnace, and there were also terrifying flame runes. It was like an immortal fire. It was incomparably mysterious. There really is one. Lin Xian was delighted. However, at this moment he frowned. Beside him, the crimson dragon Murong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed, "Oh no, someone's coming." They quickly retreated and opened up a distance. Lin Xian turned around and frowned as he looked behind him. Behind him, 2 rays of light flashed quickly and soon arrived near the valley. "Kid, you're quite good at hiding. But do you think you can survive by hiding here? Humph, how dare you provoke us? You're dead meat. Kneel down obediently and hand over all the treasures on you." The 2 of them were very ferocious. Both of them had powerful auras that had reached 40,000 arcane power. "Kid, I know you defeated by Chen Shan, but in front of us, you're still an ant. Each of us can easily kill by Chen Shan. We are the geniuses of the imperial family. It's not something you can imagine. Now that the 2 of us have joined forces, you have no chance of survival. So kneel down obediently." Humph! A mere 40,000 units of arcane power? You dare to say such words in front of me? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "The 2 of you are no match for me. If you want to die, then go ahead." What a reckless fellow! The expression of the prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons darkened. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Dragon blood surged on his body, and his dragon scales shone with a dazzling light. His killing intent turned into killing swords that enlarged in the sky and slashed forward. "Not good. Retreat quickly." In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu's expressions changed. These 2 prodigies were no weaker than the 2-headed dragon from before. Was this the prodigy of the immemorial theocrats? Every single one of them was so powerful. Facing the blood-colored killing swords, Lin Xian's face was filled with disdain. He stretched out a palm and grabbed forward. The sky was filled with golden light. His palm was like a god-fiend shaking the 9 heavens. With a boom, he grabbed the blood-colored killing swords and shook them forcefully. All the killing swords were shattered. I've said it before, 40,000 units of arcane power is no match for me. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold aura appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. His heart was filled with killing intent. He had to kill these 2 prodigies. Otherwise, the secret of the valley would be exposed. Damn it, this kid is so strange. His physique is very strong. Let's attack together. The prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted. On the other side, the prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave also nodded. He opened his mouth and spat out a small red flag. It was very similar to the Qilin flag that Huomuzhen had used previously. There was also an incomparably ferocious Qilin drawn on it. This time it was not just a Qilin head, but a complete Qilin pattern. As soon as it appeared, it quickly enlarged and buzzed in the sky. Terrifying flames shrouded the surroundings. "Kid, go to hell." The heavenly secret from the Fire Qilin cave grabbed the red flag and waved it nonstop. Terrifying energy erupted and swept over. On the other side, the prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. He took out a purple spear and thrust it forward, piercing through the 8 desolations. If the 2 of them attacked together, they could definitely kill the other party easily. However, they were wrong. The current Lin Xian was no longer the same as before. He had 50,000 units of arcane power. Even if the other party joined forces, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Sure enough, Lin Xian punched out with both fists, and the 9 suns' divine flames burned fiercely. "Destroy!" The punch landed on the red Qilin flag, causing it to dim and lose its luster. It broke in half from the middle. With his other hand, he grabbed the dragon-shaped spear and broke it into 6 pieces. In an instant, their magic treasures shattered. The two of them were also affected and spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Damn it, impossible! How can you be so strong? They were about to go crazy. The two of them had 40,000 units of Archean power. How terrifying was it when they joined forces? There was probably no one in the human race who could be compared to them. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually shattered their weapons so easily. They even suffered internal injuries. This scene was simply like a dream. Damn it, this kid has been hiding his strength. His strength was above 40,000 units of Archean power. No, I have to report this to the 7th generation. The expressions of the two changed drastically. They realized that they had been careless. The other party had been hiding his strength. He must be up to something. The two of them turned around and wanted to leave. You still want to leave? Stay. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. How could he let the two of them leave? So in the next moment he pulled out the fire Qilin sword. With a stab of the sword, the two heads flew up and their souls were instantly destroyed. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all with this sword. Puff! Puff! Blood burst out, dyeing the ground red. The two of them widened their eyes with infinite fear. They didn't expect the other party to kill them so easily. The 9 suns divine fire appeared in Lin Xian's palm, and he wanted to burn the 2 corpses to ashes. However, he didn't notice that a portion of the blood of the 2 prodigies flew into the valley and landed in the void. That was the blood of Archean prodigies, and it was the blood of the dragon race and the Qilin pearl. It had a mysterious power. Therefore, when it landed in the valley, it finally alarmed the mysterious furnace. Buzz! Crack! Crack! The surrounding void shattered, and a terrifying power surged out, causing the entire world to lose its light. Violent tremors came, as if a god was awakening. Oh no! Lin Xian's expression changed. Retreat. Chapter 2967. The Crimson Dragon and the other 2 had long been pushed far away. Lin Xian also used the Yin-Yang 8 steps, turned into a stream of light, and left in an instant. As soon as he left, a ball of flame rippled out from the valley. It was completely formed by interweaving runes and spread in all directions. In an instant, the void shattered, and the corpses of the 2 archaic prodigies were instantly burned into dry corpses and fell to the ground. In front of the flaming lake, Huamuzhin, Fire Dragon King, and the other top heaven rankers did not immediately make a move. They sat down cross-legged and prepared to adjust their bodies to their peak. Then they would make a move. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from afar. Buzz! These people all opened their eyes in shock and bewilderment. Damn it, what happened? Such a terrifying power. Could it be that someone triggered a peerless array formation? As they spoke, the expressions of these top prodigies changed, because they knew that many archaic creatures were looking for spiritual herbs in the surroundings. Perhaps someone had accidentally touched the array formation. If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Damn it, let's go and take a look. Feng Yinxue shouted and took the lead. Fire Dragon King and the others also rose into the air. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. In front of the valley, the void slowly closed, and Lin Xian landed on the ground again with a gloomy expression. That attack just now was very terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Perhaps only a saint would be able to withstand it. However, the strange thing was that the surroundings did not collapse. It should be related to Sky Fire City. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Fire Dragon King and the others arrived near the valley. They floated in the sky and looked down, frowning. When they saw the 2 charred corpses on the ground and Lin Xian, they were instantly enraged. Damn brat, how dare you! They roared crazily. Damn it, the other party is so reckless. They could not tolerate the fact that he dared to kill the disciples of the archaic royal family. Soon, their gazes were attracted by the things in the ravine. Someone screamed, "What is that? Heavens, could it be that it's a treasure?" Many people screamed. Many primordial creatures had already arrived. They looked into the valley and saw the divine furnace floating in the void. They were extremely shocked. In the sky, the pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others also shrank. They felt a tremor in their souls. The aura emanating from the divine furnace was simply too terrifying. The flames dancing on them were capable of easily annihilating them. In the sky, Huimuzhen looked at the valley and his pupils shrank. What is this? His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The other sky prides from the Fire Spirit Cave were also shocked. Why is this thing here? They were all stunned. Seeing this scene, the Fire Dragon King frowned while Feng Yinshue's face darkened. Damn it, do you know there's a treasure here? He was truly mad with rage. This Fire Qilin Cave's people were too hateful. He knew that there was a treasure, yet he kept it a secret. If it weren't for the energy fluctuations, they would have been kept in the dark. Zhan Wushuang and the others also came and went. Huimuzhen also coldly snorted. I don't know either. This thing is here, so I have no reason to lie to you. So, you still know about the existence of the treasure? Feng Yinxue did not back down. Huimuzhen sneered. What a joke! Why should I tell you? Besides, do you think you have the strength to obtain this void divine furnace? You can't even get the heavenly fire, and you still want the void divine furnace? What a joke! As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the aura emanating from the void ahead was too terrifying. A wisp of flame could probably kill them instantly. To obtain such a treasure, at least a saint had to make a move. Below, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Void Divine Furnace. So this treasure was called the Void Divine Furnace. It seemed that the people from the Fire Qilin Cave had long known about the existence of this treasure. Damn it, he really knows a lot about this. I wonder, what other secrets do they know? Above, Feng Yinxue and the others also landed. They looked at the Void Divine Furnace in the valley ahead with flickering eyes. I don't believe it. Is it really as powerful as you said? As she spoke, she formed a seal with her palms and spat out a drop of blood essence. Accompanied by flames, it turned into a phoenix and rushed forward. Everyone watched with rapt attention. As soon as the blood-colored phoenix arrived at the valley, it was attacked by a terrifying attack and was instantly enveloped by countless flames. Boom! In an instant, it was burned to ashes and no longer existed. What? So powerful! Many Archean creatures screamed. Feng Yinshue's eyelids twitched wildly. She knew the power of this attack. However, they could not even rush into the valley. One could imagine how terrifying the valley ahead was. The Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang, and the others also looked solemn. Huimuzhen sneered. Don't waste your energy. The Void Divine Furnace is protected by the 8 Barons' Divine Fire Array. That array is even more terrifying than the array that protects the Heavenly Fire. We can't even break the Heavenly Fire Array, let alone the 8 Barons' Divine Fire Array. Many people sighed. It seemed that the Void Divine Furnace was much more difficult to obtain than the Heavenly Fire. They should think of a way to break the Heavenly Fire Array. Perhaps they could even obtain the Heavenly Fire. If they stayed here, not only would they not be able to break the array, but they would also be in danger. As everyone prepared to leave, Huimuzhen stared at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, tell me, how did you find this place?" At this point, an incomparably terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Although the 2 corpses on the ground had been roasted into charcoal, he could still sense that one of the corpses belonged to the Fire Qilin Cave. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lin Xian. This kid was a living eyewitness. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some information from him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I came here to look for the Herb King. However, you 10,000 Archean tribes were reckless and insisted on barging into the valley. In the end, you were burned into a dried corpse. Lin Xian would not say that he had found the void divine furnace on his own initiative. That was impossible. Huimuzhen frowned. If the void divine furnace had been here all along, we would have sensed it. It was obvious that it did not appear before. It must have appeared because you triggered some array mechanism. Tell me, what is going on? On the side, Zhan Wushuang sneered. There was no need to talk nonsense. Wouldn't it be more convenient to capture him and search his soul directly? As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out a large hand and grabbed Lin Xian's head. From the looks of it, he wanted to seal Lin Xian and then forcefully take his soul. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Lin Xian was also furious. This Zhan Wuhan had provoked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? In the next moment, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He waved his arm and turned into a golden sword light that slashed forward. Chapter 2968. Boom! The flaming sword streaked across the sky, emitting a dazzling light. With the roar of a dragon, it collided with the giant palm in the sky. With a loud bang, the giant palm was pushed back. What? The Archean prodigy's expressions changed when they saw that. That kid blocked Zhan Wushuang's attack? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. How can that kid be so strong? Has he been hiding his strength all this while? Feng Yingxue and the others also stared at Lin Xian, trying to see through him. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. He did not expect that Lin Xian could block his attack. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You will die today. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come, let's fight to the death. Lin Xian was furious. Since I can't get the heavenly fire or the void wave divine furnace, I might as well fight to my heart's content. As he spoke, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhan Wushuang sneered. Although Lin Xian could block his attack, he did not care. That was just a casual attack from him. He did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack with his full strength. Therefore, he turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. Damn it! The rest of you should go and take a look. Huimuzhen ordered his Archean creatures to follow him secretly. At the same time, the Archean creatures of the three Imperials flew into the distance. Firstly, they wanted to see how strong Lin Xian was. If Lin Xian was really captured, they could not let Zhan Wushuang take advantage of him. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were extremely nervous. The Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice to them. Don't worry, that kid should be fine. Don't forget, he has 50,000 Archean power now. Let's wait and see. These guys, what should we do next? Since Huimuzhen had sent people to keep an eye on Zhan Wushuang and Lin Xian, he was not too worried. If anything happened, he would rush over immediately. Therefore, he planned to go back and crack the formation to see if he could get the heavenly fire. The Fire Dragon King and the others had the same plan. However, Yan Nantian did not leave. Not only that, he even walked towards the valley ahead. What was this guy trying to do? Could it be that he had gone mad? This scene surprised Huimuzhen and the others. The surrounding Archean creatures exclaimed in shock. The Crimson Dragon and the others also frowned. This guy was rumored to have obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. They wondered how terrifying his means were, but no matter what he did, he couldn't block that terrifying flame. Therefore, everyone was very confused. What was Yan Nantian trying to do? Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on the plains. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang sneered and looked down like a demon. Brat, have you chosen a place to be buried? But don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll catch you first. I'll take your soul. Then I will pull out your tendons and flay your bones. I will let you know. This is the result of provoking my battle clan. Zhan Wushuang's murderous aura soared to the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Humph! Lin Xian did not say anything. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and slashed forward. This scene made the Archean sky pride's eyelids twitch. Was this brat crazy? He actually dared to fight Zhang Wushuang? Zhang Wushuang was comparable to the seventh generation of the great emperor. He was a top-notch sky pride. How could this brat block him? He just wait and see. He's definitely dead. These people watched the battle from afar with cold smiles on their faces. What a reckless brat. Zhang Wushuang was also furious. His eyes shone with a cold light. Who was he? What was his strength? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others would not dare to attack him. However, this brat in front of him dared to attack him? He swore that he would make him regret it. Get lost! With a cold shout, his fist moved forward. Heavenly Divine Fist. The terrifying fist shadow bombarded the sword chi. The sword chi was sent flying into the void, creating a terrifying and bottomless crack in the void. This scene made the Archean sky pride's eyelids twitch. How could this brat's swordsmanship be so powerful? He had indeed concealed his strength. It seemed that his Archean power was above 40,000. Damn it, how was this possible? The Archean sky pride's faces darkened. This was already comparable to them. They were the high and mighty dragon race. They had the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor, which was why they were so powerful. How could a human ant be so powerful? He was not the descendant of the Arch. Zhang Wushuang's face darkened. This time his strength had increased again. However, it was only to send the sword chi flying. This made him realize that this brat in front of him was very powerful. It was beyond his expectations. However, he was confident that he could kill this brat. However, before he could do anything, Lin Xian attacked again. Interesting. No wonder you dare to kill me. But it was a pity. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my nine-yang swordsmanship. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the divine flames on his body surged. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. All the spiritual energy in the world turned into seawater and gathered toward the long sword in his hand. Buzz! The blazing Qilin sword seemed to have come alive. Its light intensified, and even the shadow of a blazing Qilin flashed. This scene instantly caused the expressions of the other Archean prodigies to change. Damn it, that's the blazing Qilin sword. How could the treasured sword of the Fire Qilin cave be in his hands? These people were crazy. However, they did not have time to think too much because Lin Xian had attacked. He slashed out with his sword, which turned into a divine rainbow and slashed directly at Zhang Wushuang. In the sky, the sword light shone like a fire dragon and descended from the sky. The terrifying power pierced through all directions. Humph! You overestimate yourself. I'll let you know the difference between us. Zhang Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out like a god's fist. The entire world trembled as countless large cracks erupted. Clang! This punch collided with the long sword again, and with a sonorous sound, the long sword was sent flying. However, that godlike fist had also disappeared. However, the power on Zhang Wushuang's body became more and more terrifying, especially his eyes, which seemed to have turned into two divine lamps. His biting, cold-killing intent was firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Kid, you've completely angered me. He rose into the air and strode towards Lin Xian. In the distance, the Archean sky prides were extremely shocked. He blocked it again. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Damn it, impossible. That kid definitely couldn't be so strong. It must be the treasured sword in his hand. That should be a sage-level artifact. The Archean sky prides of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly. The sky prides of the Fire Qilin cave gritted their teeth. That's right, the blazing Qilin sword was definitely the treasured sword of the Fire Qilin cave. But why was it in his hands? Chapter 2969. Damn it! I have to get to the bottom of this. How did he get it? These people are going crazy. That sword belongs to one of the Fire Qilin cave's prodigies. However, it's in Zhang Wushuang's hands. Could it be that something happened to one of their prodigies? Now I can't get out of here. Only by capturing Zhan Wushuang can I find out what happened outside. In front of him, Lin Xian looked at Zhan Wushuang, who was walking towards him, and sneered. He waved his arm and attacked again. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword qi turned into a fire qilin and roared. Roar! The power of this slash was even more terrifying. As soon as the fire qilin appeared, it suppressed all directions. Countless large cracks appeared in the void, and a black hole appeared. As if it was connected to hell, the fire qilin roared in the black hole. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? In the distance, the Archean prodigy's bodies started to tremble. Zhan Wushuang also frowned, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. That sword technique is indeed very powerful. But so what? He shouted coldly, clenched his fist, and attacked again. Boom! 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 Each of them was like the sun. Not only that, his body swayed, and his speed was extremely fast. He tore through the void and charged towards Lin Xian. That was because he was completely enraged. He did not intend to be entangled with Zhan Wushuang anymore. He wanted to capture Zhan Wushuang in the most ferocious manner and forcefully take his soul. Whoosh! In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, kid! He revealed a sinister smile and attacked at lightning speed. His large hand carried a sky full of lightning and struck in all directions, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was penetrated by the lightning and disappeared. Oh no! An afterimage. Zhan Wushuang's pupils constricted. He could feel a biting, cold, murderous intent behind him. A sword light cut through the void and slashed towards his back. God of war armor! Zhan Wushuang roared, and mysterious runes appeared on his body. They quickly intertwined to form an armor to protect his body. At the same time, he changed positions and dodged quickly. Clang! When the sword landed on the divine battle armor, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing Zhan Wushuang to be knocked back. The second sword slashed down from the sky. However, Zhan Wushuang dodged it. The sword brushed past his opponent's body and only managed to cut off a strand of his hair. What? Zhan Wushuang was pushed back. Seeing the scene, the other paragons felt their scalps go numb. Originally, they were here to keep an eye on Zhan Wushuang. After all, after Zhan Wushuang captured Lin Xian, they had to report it to their 7th-generation lord. But now, they realized that it was really a problem whether Zhan Wushuang could catch Lin Xian. The current Lin Xian was simply too strong. He was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. In fact, there were quite a few people who were trembling so much that they were on the verge of kneeling down. Damn, brat, I want you dead. Zhan Wushuang soared into the sky and stood in the void like a celestial demon. Mysterious runes appeared on his body, forming a series of hand seals. Zhang Xian swiped his hands across the air. The void where he was became extremely distorted, as if it had turned into chaos. How terrifying! What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why do I feel that he has distorted the entire space? The other paragons in the distance screamed. Indeed, Lin Xian struck out another golden sword light towards his opponent. However, the sharp sword qi became distorted in front of his opponent. None of the sword strikes could break through the space. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The other paragons in the distance also exclaimed, "Damn it, this Zhan Wushuang was too strong and strange." These people from the war tribe were all lunatics. They were born to fight, so they definitely had many mystiques and cultivation techniques. They were not weaker than the silver tribe. As the top paragons of the younger generation of the war tribe, Zhan Wushuang's strength was indeed terrifying. Such a terrifying sword qi was actually neutralized by him. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian was also surprised. Originally, He had suppressed Zhang Wushuang with a few sword strikes. He thought that he could win easily. He did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeve, especially now that his opponent was standing in a distorted space. It was as if he had changed the entire world. He caused all the sword qi to deviate from him. Interesting. As expected of the top paragons of the war tribe, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He attacked again. He waved his sword again and again. At this moment, Lin Xian executed the 9-yang sword technique and displayed a powerful force. Flames flickered in the sky. An entire world seemed to be melting. Just the sword qi alone made the paragons in the distance tremble, because they realized that they could not block the other party's sword qi. While they were shocked, they also felt a strong sense of fear. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At first, Zhang Wushuang could still distort space and change the direction of the sword qi so that they could not get close. But later, Zhang Wushuang's expression changed. He was originally confident and calm, but he was shocked again, because he realized that the other party's sword qi could directly break through the void. He had a mystique that could turn the void into nothingness, but he could not. The other party's sword qi contained an aura that could destroy everything. Damn it, it was the great dragon's sword soul. Zhang Wushuang gritted his teeth. As a member of the war tribe, he had a deeper understanding of the great dragon's sword soul than the other paragons. He knew that the great dragon's sword soul could destroy everything. Therefore, he did not intend to passively defend anymore. He was prepared to take the initiative to attack. Buzz! A long saber appeared in the sky, emitting a bright light as it was held in his hand. Bright moon saber. Could it be that treasure? In the distance, a paragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. His eyes flickered as he stared at the saber in the sky. That's right, it was the bright moon saber. He did not expect Zhang Wushuang to have the bright moon saber. It was not weaker than the fire spirit sword. That's right, that kid did not have the advantage of a weapon. Could he continue to suppress Zhang Wushuang? It would be very difficult. He would probably be suppressed and might even be killed. In the distance, the paragons sneered again. Zhang Wushuang's aura erupted. His eyes were sharp, and his black hair danced wildly. It was as if he had turned into an unstoppable saber god. Kid, the game is over. Zhang Wushuang waved the bright moon saber, and saber lights that were like full moons pressed down from the sky. The saber light flashed, and killing intent soared into the sky, causing the expressions of the paragons in the distance to change again. Too powerful. I can't block his saber at all. Damn it, this guy can definitely compete with our Lord Fire Dragon King. He is actually not weaker than the 9th generation Lord. They were all stunned. At this moment, Zhang Wushuang was incomparably powerful. Every slash of his saber sent the flaming sword qi flying. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky. Fortunately, this was the incomparably mysterious sky, Flame City. Otherwise, this attack would definitely be able to sink everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. If the two of them continued fighting, the people within a radius of tens of millions of miles would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. Chapter 2970. Soon, Zhang Wushuang split the sea of fire in the sky. Then he strode forward. Go to hell, brat. He slashed down with his saber again, and the cold saber light emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if a heavenly river had descended from the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The commotion here had already alarmed the ancient royal families in the distance. A few figures were hurrying over. However, most of them did not move. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Yan Nantian, and Huaxinyan all frowned. They naturally felt that there was an earth-shattering battle in the distance. In fact, even they were surprised by that surge of energy. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also very nervous. The Crimson Dragon also frowned, but at this moment no one left. Their gazes were fixed in front of them. At this moment, something even more shocking was happening in the valley. This was even more terrifying than the battle between the top prodigies. Therefore, even though they knew that Lin Xian and Zhan Wushuang were fighting in the distance, no one went over. On the other side, the ancient prodigies who were watching the battle also kept retreating. They had no choice. The battle in front was really too terrifying. The saber light soared into the sky and turned into a murderous sword qi. The entire sky was shaking. If they did not retreat, they would probably be cut in half. A saber light like this was enough to kill these ancient royal prodigies. How could they not be shocked? Lin Xian was also met with great resistance, but he wasn't afraid. His eyes shone with a cold light, and the divine fire on his body surged. The dragon soul in his body roared. He used the blazing Qilin sword to perfection, and each strike was extremely terrifying. It collided with the bright moon saber. Each time it was an earth-shattering collision. Buzz! The long sword danced, and on the blade, endless flames jumped and turned into a scorching sun. It kept rotating and squeezing, filling the sky as if it was going to crush the entire world. A monstrous, scorching aura spread out. The sea of fire surged and covered the entire sky. At this moment, there was fire everywhere, and it was enough to destroy and melt everything. Buzz! On the other side, Zhan Wushuang roared as well. The bright moon saber in his hand shone brightly. Under the blade, a crescent moon was formed. It emitted a cold aura that could freeze everything. The 9 suns and the luminous moon were two completely opposite forces. When they collided, it was truly enough to destroy the world. Boom! Those primordial geniuses were sent flying. They screamed crazily, "Lord Seventh, come quickly! Lord Dragon King, we can't hold on any longer." They were furious, waiting for the arrival of the Flame Dragon King and Humujin. Together, they suppressed Lin Xian. Otherwise, the other party might really overturn the situation. However, no matter how they shouted, no one came over. The Fire Dragon King and the others did not appear. The Archean prodigies were terrified. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? They did not dare to imagine. They wanted to investigate, but at this moment between heaven and earth, the cold moonlight enveloped everything, cutting off all probing. The archaic paragons could only dodge with all their might to protect themselves. Damn it, what the hell is going on? They could not figure it out. Finally, in the midst of endless fear between heaven and earth, the blazing flames disappeared, and so did the terrifying moonlight. The void returned to normal. Only the large cracks were quickly healing. Lin Xian and Zhan Wushuang stood in the void, facing each other. The aura on their bodies did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even colder. It made the Archean prodigies feel dizzy. Damn it! How could the two of them be so powerful? They are not from the royal family, but they are even more terrifying than us. Had Zhan Wushuang and that human kid reached such a heaven-defying stage? This was really a huge disaster. They wondered if the Flame Dragon King and Lord Seventh could suppress the two of them. The Archean prodigies were terrified. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang was even more shocked. To be honest, in his opinion, the other party had always been an ant. Although he was a human prodigy, he could not withstand a single blow in front of him. He could easily suppress him with a wave of his hand. But now, he had already used the luminous moon blade, and it was a peerless blade technique. However, he could not do anything to the other party. He was even suppressed by the other party. It was only because he had a battle constitution and a treasured blade in his hand that he could withstand the other party's attacks. Otherwise, if it were any other Archean prodigies, they would have been killed long ago. No, this kid had the 9-yang divine constitution and the dragon sword soul. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be a powerful enemy. It would be difficult to contend with him on the path to becoming a great emperor. Therefore, he had to get rid of him today. Thinking of this, Zhan Wushuang's eyes burst out with cold, killing intent. He decided that he could not let the other party continue to grow. "You want to kill me? I think you should go to hell first." Lin Xian sneered. He also had the intention to kill, because he also realized that the other party was very powerful. One had to know that an ordinary prodigy, even the 10th generation grandchild, would have been killed by him. But now, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. He had to admit that the war tribe was indeed a very mysterious and terrifying race. He could not let the other party continue to grow. He moved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, and the divine fire on his body burned. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sword god. He merged with the blazing Qilin sword as a powerful sword aura swept in all directions. A sword light flew across the 9 heavens and charged towards Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang snorted. "It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't hurt me." He waved the bright moon blade and faced the attack. Heavens, that blade can kill us instantly. But the other party easily neutralized it. The Archean prodigies in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Seeing that the other party had neutralized the sword, Lin Xian looked very calm. His eyes were very calm, because all of this was within his expectations. In the next moment, the dragon's sword soul in his body was activated and let out a loud dragon roar. The 9-yang divine fire on his body was constantly rotating. It formed mysterious runes, one after another. Buzz! In the sky, the sword light shone and turned into a fire dragon that charged towards Zhan Wushuang again. Zhan Wushuang snorted and slashed forward with the bright moon blade. With a clang, it slashed at the blazing Qilin sword aura and exploded with a shocking vibration. But this time it was not sent flying. Not only that, the fire dragon roared and the flames on its body surged into the sky. It continued to attack Zhan Wushuang. The bright moon blade in Zhan Wushuang's hand danced continuously and turned into a silver river. Damn it, what kind of sword aura is this? Zhan Wushuang's face changed again. The sword aura this time was far beyond his imagination. It was as if he was not facing the sword aura, but a real dragon. A monstrous fire dragon. Kill! Lin Xian roared and continued to attack. Chapter 2971. One strike after another, a fire dragon flew out with each strike. Hundreds of sword energies were released in a row. An entire sky exploded. Countless fire dragons surged and roared as they charged towards Zhan Wushuang. This scene caused the primordial elites to scream in horror. Damn it, how could he have such power? Impossible! That fire dragon sword energy should be his trump card. It was already impressive that he could use it once. How could he use it hundreds of times in a row? These people were all stunned. In their opinion, the fire dragon sword energy was so powerful that it must be a powerful killing move. Since it was called a killing move, it couldn't be used too much. However, Lin Xian's actions had completely exceeded their expectations. They were all stunned, especially those from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their bodies were trembling. Damn it, I can actually feel the suppression of my bloodline and soul. They were about to vomit blood. They were real dragons. But in front of this sword energy, they couldn't help but kneel down and tremble. Zhan Wushuang's expression also changed. His gaze was gloomy as he used his terrifying battle strength to send all the fire dragons flying. However, gradually his heart sank, because Lin Xian continued to attack. He seemed to have endless divine power. Soon, thousands of fire dragons surged out and enveloped the entire world. They even engulfed Zhan Wushuang. These fire dragon sword energies were evolved from the 9-yang sword technique and the great dragon sword soul. They were really powerful. Just one of them was enough to kill all the primeval theocrats. At this moment, thousands of fire dragons attacked together and surrounded Zhan Wushuang. They really had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those primordial elites all fainted from fright. In the entire immortal realm, all the space was trembling. Other than the valley that was still intact, the other places were all covered in terrifying cracks. Ah! Zhan Wushuang roared as he used his bloodline power and activated his unparalleled battle body. With the bright moon saber in hand, He slashed in all directions like a demon king. He sent all the fire dragons flying, but gradually his expression changed. This was because every time he sent one flying, 10 fire dragons would rush over. When he sent 2 flying, 100 fire dragons would rush over. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist such a terrifying, sword chi divine ability. Damn it! How could he be so strong? Could it be that his power would never dry up? For the first time, Zhan Wushuang felt fear. After killing more than 500 fire dragons in a row, Zhan Wushuang's face turned solemn. This scene immediately convinced the Skype rides, who were watching from afar. In their eyes, this was simply a godlike existence. However, what made them even more alarmed was that the number of fire dragons in the sky did not decrease. Instead, it increased. It was as if there was no end to them. Finally, under such a terrifying attack, Zhan Wushuang showed a flaw. The 3 fire dragons crashed into his body and sent him flying. Fortunately, he had an unparalleled battle body, which gave him a strong physique and a top-level armor. Even so, his armor was still shattered. Zhan Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the sky red. "Damn it, you actually dared to hurt me." Zhan Wushuang roared crazily. His eyes were like lightning that could see through everything as he looked into the distance. In the endless void, Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and stepped on the dancing fire dragons. Countless dragon shadows floated around him. At this moment, he was like the supreme dragon emperor that made people tremble. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Zhan Wushuang's eyelids twitched wildly. He knew that this battle couldn't continue. After killing more than 500 fire dragons, he was already injured. At this moment, there were thousands of fire dragons around him. How could he fight? Let's go. With a cold snort, Zhan Wushuang decided to retreat. Firstly, he was no longer confident in this battle. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Secondly, he was very confused. Logically speaking, such an earth-shattering scene should have alarmed the entire space. Why didn't the Fire Dragon King and the others come? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? He didn't know. He had to go over and take a look. His body swayed, and he tore open the void and flew into the distance. "You want to leave? Do you think you can?" Lin Xian sneered and waved his long sword. Countless fire dragons surged out and charged towards Zhan Wushuang. "Damn it, get out of my way!" Zhan Wushuang roared and swept his right leg. It turned into a divine spear and blasted away some of the fire dragons that flew over. He blasted away a total of 5 fire dragons, but there were more that were charging towards him. "Kid, do you really want to force me to kill you?" Zhan Wushuang roared, and the bloodline power in his body surged. A powerful force suppressed all directions. He was really angry. His opponent had gone too far. He guessed that his opponent must have used all his trump cards to kill him. He didn't want to fight, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of his opponent. That was because he still had a few powerful killing moves that he hadn't used yet. As long as he used them, it wouldn't be difficult to kill his opponent. However, he wanted to use these trump cards to fight for the heavenly fire and the mysterious divine cauldron. Therefore, he didn't want to use them now. However, if his opponent really didn't know what was good for him, he didn't mind using some of his trump cards to kill the detestable kid in front of him. "Going too far?" Lin Xian sneered. "Back then, when you attacked me time and time again, did you think that you were going too far? Now that you can't beat me, you think you're going too far? What a joke!" As he spoke, he swung his sword a few more times. Suddenly, the fire dragons that filled the sky hit the bright moon saber and made it tremble. The light on the saber dimmed a lot. Zhan Wushuang's armor was even shattered. Many parts of it fell off. His body was also charred black. It was burned by the 9 suns' divine fire. Buzz! The bright moon saber was almost sent flying by the impact of 300 fire dragons. This time, Zhan Wushuang's injuries were even more serious. His body was dyed red with blood. "Damn kid, I'll never let you off. The next time I see you, I'll kill you with my saber." After saying that, Zhan Wushuang turned around and fled. The Archean paragons below were all stunned. What? Zhan Wushuang fled? Zhan Wushuang, one of the most powerful geniuses in the 8 Barren Lands, had escaped? And the person who was chasing after him was actually a human kid? This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. It was unreal. Where did he run to? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stepping on the dragon's shadow, he quickly gave chase. In the mysterious valley, the Fire Dragon King, Huomuzhen, Feng Yinxue, and the others were stunned. Even the Crimson Dragon King and the others were dumbfounded. To be honest, the battle in the distance really made them anxious. They wanted to see how the battle between the two sides was going. However, they didn't leave because something even more shocking happened in front of them. At that time, they wanted to leave, but Yan Nantian stood out and prepared to enter the valley. This scene made the expressions of Huomuzhen and the others change. They frowned. What was Yan Nantian doing? Chapter 2972. Although the other party was powerful, he should be on par with them. Even they, who had the royal bloodline, did not dare to enter, but the other party dared to try. Did he want to die? "Oh, Brother Yan, you want to enter the valley?" Hua Xinyan asked with a smile. Yan Nantian did not say anything. His expression was solemn, and his body exuded a mysterious aura. Mysterious runes surged out of his body and surrounded him. Soon he arrived in front of the valley. If he took another step forward, he would enter the valley. Those people's hearts were in their mouths. Previously, Fengshua City had cast a crimson phoenix, but it was burned to ashes by the terrifying divine fire in the valley. It was conceivable that the divine fire in the valley was enough to threaten them. They did not know where Yan Nantian got his confidence from to fight against those things. Could it be that he had a treasure in his hands? Did he have a sacred artifact? They did not know. Yan Nantian's expression was extremely solemn. He stared at the divine furnace in the valley. Buzz! A piercing light burst out from his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms, and mysterious runes rushed into the sky one after another. As soon as the runes appeared, the world changed. A violent energy rushed out, causing the Fire Dragon King and the others to tense up. Huomuzhen also felt that the blood in his body seemed to be melting. Fengshue's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, what's that?" They quickly retreated to the back. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon King and the others also changed their expressions and quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were not close to the valley. At this moment, only Yan Nantian was left in front of the valley. There were 9 mysterious runes flashing around him. Are those Taoist runes? Feeling the shocking power, the Archean prodigies trembled. The Fire Dragon King and the others were extremely solemn. They stared at the 9 ancient runes. They shook their heads slightly. To be honest, they did not understand what those runes were. Judging by the aura, they must be Taoist runes. It was too terrifying. Even they felt like they were being penetrated. However, the other party was not a saint. How could he use Taoist runes? Taoist runes were condensed and manifested by the laws of heaven and earth. They were used by saints. Unless, of course, the other party had the legendary born Taoism aptitude, which allowed them to fuse with the Taoism since birth, allowing them to cast Taoist patterns even before they became a saint. However, they had never heard that Yan Nantian had such a constitution. Damn it, this guy actually has such a trump card. Once these 9 talismans that were close to Tao patterns appeared, they might really be able to allow the other party to enter the valley. Sure enough, the 9 mysterious runes revolved around Yan Nantian, providing him with great power. Yan Nantian took a deep breath, then took a step forward and entered the valley. As soon as he entered, countless divine flames appeared in the valley and surged toward him. Fortunately, these 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. He had actually managed to block the attacks of the mysterious flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. He went in. This guy actually went in. Heavens! Could it be that he could really obtain the illusionary divine furnace? Even Huamujian's expression changed. Yan Nantian also heaved a sigh of relief. Clearly, he wasn't too sure before. However, the current situation allowed him to settle down. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he walked forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Yan Nantian gradually walked toward the center of the valley. The distance between him and the illusionary divine furnace was getting closer and closer. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the dark, the crimson dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu's eyes were wide open. Among them, the crimson dragon was extremely shocked. His head kept shaking. Xin Jingqiu, who was next to him, was very worried. She said, "Big strange dragon, you're not going crazy, are you?" Murong Qingqing also asked through voice transmission, "Could it be? What did you find?" The crimson dragon gasped and also said through voice transmission, "Damn it, that's not a Tao pattern. If it's not a Tao pattern, what is it? Emperor pattern. He actually knows the Emperor's talismans. Damn it, he has indeed obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. Emperor pattern. Are you saying that those are the talismans left behind by a great emperor?" Murong Qingqing was also extremely shocked when he heard that. Shen Jingqiu's little face was even more dazed. The great emperor was the existence at the peak of the martial arts path. It was the dream of all warriors. No one knew exactly how strong the great emperor was. After all, no one had seen it with their own eyes. However, from the records in the ancient books, they knew that once a great emperor appeared, he would reign supreme and sweep across the universe. No one in the world was a match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest person. He could easily kill countless saints. He could turn the world upside down with a raise of his hand. One could imagine how terrifying the talismans left behind by such a person were. It was no wonder that he could resist the mysterious flame with only 9 talismans. This Yan Nantian was too amazing. They wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn. Shen Jingqiu's little face turned pale. Wouldn't that mean that he was invincible? As soon as this talisman appeared, even a saint would not be able to break it. This was simply an invincible position. However, the crimson dragon shook his head. The true great emperor's talismans were naturally unparalleled in the world, but Yan Nantian was only a young man. How could he display a complete emperor's talisman? I think he must have only comprehended a trace of the emperor's talisman and evolved these 9 talismans. If these 9 talismans were the true emperor's talismans, not to mention this valley, the entire Sky Flame City would probably be destroyed. So that's how it is. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu finally understood. Yan Nantian must have obtained the great emperor's inheritance and comprehended some of the great emperor's talismans. At this moment, the techniques that he displayed had indeed surpassed them. Do you think he can succeed? Murong Qingqing was nervous. Xin Jingqiu even said that if he went, those people would not let him go. When the time came, there would be a great battle. They wondered how big brother Lin Xian was doing. They were very worried about Lin Xian's situation. There was no hurry. They would wait and see. Although he had the great emperor's inheritance, his strength was still too weak. He was not a sage yet. Sky Flame City was too mysterious. More importantly, the flames on the void wave divine furnace were too terrifying. They wondered if Yan Nantian would be able to obtain it. The crimson dragon's eyes flickered. Everyone else held their breaths. The flame dragon king stared at it for a long time and screamed, "I know. This is an emperor's talisman." Hua Muzhin and Feng Yunqiue's pupils shrank when they heard this. Emperor's talisman. No wonder it had such terrifying power. This was not a Tao talisman. Tao talisman was something that existed in heaven and earth. It was something that sages comprehended and used. However, talismans were different. Talismans were created by experts based on their own experience or Tao talismans. However, different experts created different talismans with different strengths. The talismans created by the Great Emperor were definitely terrifying and mysterious. A single talisman could probably kill a sage. This was the peak of the Great Emperor. The members of the immemorial theocrats were shocked. Chapter 2973. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to be so powerful. He even had Great Emperor runes. Huamuzhin's eyes flickered, and his face was extremely gloomy. The 9 Great Emperor runes blocked the mysterious flame. Yan Nantian must have other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps it was passed down by the Great Emperor. If that was the case, he might really be able to obtain the Great Void Divine Furnace. Huamuzhin's eyes were filled with anxiety and gloominess when he thought of this. Because before this, no one could do anything, so they just let it be. But now, Yan Nantian had such a trick up his sleeve. Should he make a move? To be honest, he definitely wanted to make a move. After all, the Great Void Divine Furnace was extremely precious. However, if he made a move now, he would fall out with Yan Nantian. Even the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others would not hold back. They would definitely make a move. At that time, there would be a huge battle. It would be great if he could obtain the Great Void Divine Furnace in the end. If he couldn't obtain it, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to obtain the Heavenly Fire. After all, if he made a move, these people would no longer be in the alliance. Moreover, it seemed that Yan Nantian was very confident. However, whether he could succeed in the end was still unknown. Therefore, Huamuzhin's mind was filled with thoughts. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also had solemn expressions. It seemed that they were also struggling. Hua Xinyan had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon and the others were all waiting for an opportunity. In the valley, Yan Nantian walked forward with the help of the 9 great runes. However, he stopped in the end. This was because there were terrifying flame runes flashing in a 10-mile radius around the Great Void Divine Furnace. From the top of the cauldron, it spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying formation. This should be the 8 Desolation Divine Fire Formation that Huamuzhin mentioned. This formation was so terrifying that even Yan Nantian didn't dare to casually step forward. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. This was because when he took a step forward, the 9 great runes on his body cracked. This made him know that he couldn't go any further. However, it was already very difficult to reach this place. Next, he had to use another method. Having obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance, he didn't just have the Great Emperor's talisman. Yan Nantian took a deep breath. His body glowed brightly as he formed one ancient seal after another. In the next moment, the void above the valley swirled and turned into a vortex. A mysterious hand that was as long as a hand emerged from the vortex and grabbed at the illusionary divine furnace. Seeing this scene, Feng Yinxue frowned. No, if he could grab it from a distance, he would have snatched it long ago. He had unleashed a blood phoenix phantom before, but it was burned to ashes as soon as it reached the valley. Even though Zhang Xian was only using his palm, his fate was likely to be similar to that of the Crimson Phoenix. He would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. However, in the next moment, Feng Yinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. He discovered that the mysterious palm did not shatter. Instead, it moved downward and enveloped the illusionary divine furnace. Damn it, how is this possible? Not to mention him, even the Fire Dragon King and Huamuzhin's pupils shrank. It seemed like the other party's methods were indeed mysterious. Hua Xinyan and Yan also stopped smiling. Their expressions became solemn. The ancient chaos hand. I didn't expect you to obtain the inheritance of the ancient chaos great emperor. The ancient chaos great emperor. The Fire Dragon King and the others looked solemn. They naturally had a deep understanding of the human race's great emperors. The ancient chaos great emperor was a very terrifying one in the past. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon King and the others were also shocked. They finally figured out which great emperor's inheritance Yen Nantian had obtained. Could it be that he was really going to get it? Feng Inshua murmured. The Fire Dragon King's eyes shone with a cold light. He was already prepared. As long as Yen Nantian took the illusionary divine furnace and left the valley, he would make his move. He wouldn't let the treasure fall into the hands of others. On the other side, Humujin sneered. It was impossible. He was too greedy. He shook his head. Although Yen Nantian had displayed powerful strength and even used the ancient chaos hand, he didn't think that the other party would succeed. His understanding of the illusionary divine furnace was deeper than others. With such a terrifying divine fire, perhaps even a saint wouldn't be able to stop it, not to mention the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, a large crack appeared on the ancient chaos hand. The illusionary divine furnace was overflowing with flames, as if it was going to burn everything. Yen Nantian's face was incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with deep shock. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to catch it. Instead, he would be injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that it was impossible to completely take away this mysterious and terrifying illusionary divine furnace. However, he wouldn't give up. Since he couldn't take it away, he would open it in front of everyone. He wanted to see what kind of treasure was in the illusionary divine furnace. In the next moment, he grabbed the cauldron of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the ancient chaos hand erupted with a terrifying aura. It directly grabbed the top of the furnace and then pulled it up forcefully. At this moment, Yen Nantian was like a great emperor who had awakened and displayed terrifying strength. The 9 runes beside him were constantly shining. While resisting the attacks of the divine fire, they were frantically absorbing the spiritual energy here to provide Yen Nantian with power. Boom! 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 The ancient chaos hand unleashed its might. The top of the illusionary divine furnace rumbled and a crack appeared. Seeing this scene, Humujin's pupils shrank. Damn it! Could it be that he could really open the illusionary divine furnace? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. The others also looked solemn. It seemed that there was hope. Even if they couldn't take away the illusionary divine furnace, it was still extremely good to snatch the treasure inside. The Crimson Dragon, who was hiding in the dark, was also extremely shocked. This Yen Nantian was really terrifying. Usually, he hadn't seen him fight many times. He didn't expect his methods to be so terrifying. It seemed that he had to be more wary of him in the future. Open! In the valley, Yen Nantian roared. The 9 runes on his body erupted at the same time. They were like 9 suns. The ancient chaos hand also became solid. It was as if the real hand of a great emperor had descended from the sky. It directly lifted the top of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the illusionary divine furnace let out an earth-shattering sound. A desolate aura rushed out in all directions. A terrifying pressure shrouded everyone's heart, causing their souls to tremble. However, their eyes were fixed on the front. They wanted to see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. However, the illusionary divine furnace was too mysterious. It was chaotic inside. It was as if it wasn't a furnace, but a real world. They couldn't see clearly at all. In this chaotic void, there was a fiery red light that streaked across and circled above the illusionary divine furnace. It carried a terrifying flame energy and a thick fragrance. This fragrance was simply too astonishing. Even the Crimson Dragon King and the others had never seen it before. What was that? Chapter 2974. A divine pill? They widened their eyes because they realized that the fiery red light kept changing, but it looked like a pill. A pill from the great void, divine furnace. It had existed for countless years. This was an immortal pill. These people were stunned. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes turned red. They wanted to snatch it immediately. After all, Sky Flame City was extremely mysterious. Even the great emperors could not see through its mysteries. It was rumored that this was a huge city that fell from the celestial world. The pill inside was definitely an immortal pill. Brother Yen, let me lend you a helping hand. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King laughed loudly. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon blood on his body surged, turning into a fire dragon shadow that roared in the sky. That fire dragon was extremely valiant and extraordinary. It extended a dragon claw and grabbed towards the valley. It wanted to grab that fiery red immortal pill in its hand. Humph! Let me give you a helping hand too. Huomujin also attacked. The fire Qilin on his body shone brightly. Qilin arm. With a roar, endless bloodline power formed a Qilin arm in front of him and grabbed at the immortal pill. On the other side, Feng Yingxue shouted. She did not say anything, but she also attacked with all her might. The phoenix shadow rushed into the sky. This time, it was much more terrifying than the blood phoenix. They attacked aggressively. It seemed like they wanted to snatch the immortal pill that had just appeared. Hua Xinyan also made his move. The 4 top sky prides attacked together. In the valley, Yan Nantian snorted coldly. He had used all his strength to open the great void divine furnace and obtain such an immortal pill. How could he give it to others? With a roar, the 9 runes around him shone brightly. He was about to counterattack. However, at this moment his pupils shrank. Not good. He quickly retreated. The great void divine furnace in front of him reacted to the attacks of the 4 top sky prides. There was a loud boom. A terrifying force burst out from the great void divine furnace. Together with the 8 barren divine fire ray, it exploded and swept out in all directions. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 4 top sky prides shattered in an instant. The fire dragon, the Qilin arm, the phoenix shadow, and Hua Xinyan's powerful attack were all turned into ashes. The ancient chaos hand was not spared either. It shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. It was simply too powerful. It was simply not something that they could withstand. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yunshui, and the other 3 were injured. They retreated and vomited blood, their faces pale. Yan Nantian, who was in the valley, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In an instant, he was engulfed by the endless divine fire. Damn it, did I fail? Huomujin gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Yingxue and the others also had ugly looks on their faces. That strike just now had made them tremble. Fortunately, they were outside the valley. Otherwise, they would likely end up in an extremely miserable state. Thinking of this, they looked ahead at the valley that was surrounded by endless flames. Was Yan Nantian killed? Even though he had the monarch talisman, they did not think he could survive the attack, unless a true great emperor had awakened. In Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu was equally nervous. The dark red divine furnace shook its head. Damn, what a pity. A descendant of the earth had been killed, just like that. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought that Yan Nantian had been burned to ashes by the divine fire, the void outside the valley split open and a figure appeared. It was Yan Nantian. However, his face was abnormally pale, without a trace of blood. He's not dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Crimson Dragon was stunned. What's going on? How did he do it? Logically speaking, even a sage would not be able to withstand such a terrifying divine fire. How did he survive? Could it be? The Crimson Dragon looked at the valley. In the valley, the terrifying divine fire slowly disappeared. A broken talisman slowly floated down from the sky. The ancient chaos talisman. You actually have such a thing. Hua Xinyan also screamed. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also shocked. No wonder he could survive. They had heard of the ancient chaos talisman before. It was equivalent to a death substitute talisman. In times of crisis, Yan Nantian would probably use such a precious talisman to save himself. Indeed, Yan Nantian's face was extremely gloomy, as if blood was about to drip from it. He felt a pang of meat. The ancient chaos talisman was extremely precious. Even he did not have many of them. Every time he used it, he would have one less. It was a life-saving measure. No matter how big the crisis was, once he used the ancient Chaos Talisman, he would be able to escape. Originally, he thought that he might not be able to use it in this lifetime. But who would have thought that in this mysterious valley he would actually use up an ancient Chaos Emperor Talisman? What was worse was that he did not obtain any treasures at all. The ancient Chaos Talisman. You're actually the successor of the ancient Chaos Emperor. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Then a figure descended. Zhan Wushuang. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was disheveled, his body was bleeding, and his armor was broken. Yan Nantian snorted and looked at the other party. Then he was stunned. Not only him, but the Fire Dragon King and the others were also stunned. What's going on? Zhan Wushuang was injured? What was he doing? Zhan Wushuang seemed to be seriously injured. Could it be that he had activated some supreme array again? Otherwise, he would not be so injured. Let's see where you can run to. Just as they were shocked, a cold voice came from the sky again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless dragon shadows wrapped around a figure and quickly descended. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was murderous and unstoppable. He pointed the blazing Qilin sword at Zhan Wushuang. What? It's this kid? Could it be that Zhan Wushuang was injured by this kid? That's impossible. The Fire Dragon King and the others were stunned. They stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. This shouldn't be. Zhan Wushuang was just an ant. How could he be so powerful? Zhan Wushuang was at the same level as them and was extremely powerful. However, although this human kid was powerful, they did not take him seriously. From the beginning to the end, they did not even look at each other in the eye. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually managed to injure geniuses of the same cultivation level as them. And from the looks of it, he had been chasing after him. Damn it, how could this be? What was going on? Humujin and the others looked gloomy. They tried to recall the geniuses they had sent out. Because they had been watching the battle, they thought that they would know what had happened if they called those geniuses over. Whoosh! A few figures ran over from afar. It was Liang Luo. Soon, Humujin and the others looked extremely gloomy. It was really this kid who had injured Zhan Wushuang. Moreover, this kid had hidden his strength, which was far beyond their imagination. Damn it! This made them restless. They did not expect another peerless enemy to appear. Lin Xian stared at Zhan Wushuang. At the same time, he stared at Yan Nantian. He was really shocked. It was rumored that Yan Nantian had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He did not expect it to be confirmed today. Moreover, it was Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Chapter 2975. He had seen how Yan Nantian tried to snatch the void divine furnace. However, Yan Nantian did not succeed in the end. However, this did not mean that Yan Nantian was weak. On the contrary, Yan Nantian was ridiculously strong. One had to know that the Fire Dragon King and the others could not do anything. However, Yan Nantian did it. Moreover, he almost succeeded. Was this the successor of the great emperor? He was indeed terrifying. Originally, Lin Xian had assumed that only Leaf Doudenier and Dustless would be a match for him among the humans. However, it seemed that Yan Nantian was really terrifying. His skills were probably above Wu Dao's. Damn brat, don't you go too far. Zhan Wushuang roared in anger. Even now, Yan Nantian still dared to point his sword at him. This made him very embarrassed. Lin Xian retracted his gaze from Yan Nantian. He then looked at Zhan Wushuang in disappointment and sneered. Why? Did you think that someone would back you up just because you came here? You're still fighting the #1 genius? What a piece of trash. You need someone to back you up. Forget it. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of my help. Lin Xian retracted his sword. You. Zhan Wushuang was so angry that he vomited blood. He really could not defeat Lin Xian now. Moreover, he was injured. It was not good for him to use his trump card now. Hence, he snorted and stared at Yan Nantian with a gloomy face. He swore that he would not let Yan Nantian go as long as he had the chance. Lin Xian ignored Zhan Wushuang. He did not attack again. After all, Zhan Wushuang was not the only one here. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also here. If he wanted to attack, these guys would definitely attack. There was another reason as well. The Fire Spirit Pearl that he had previously absorbed was actually reacting to him. He had already absorbed the energy in the Fire Spirit Pearl. However, the Fire Spirit Pearl did not shatter. It was like a sparkling crystal that remained in the mysterious small sword. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Pearl vibrated again. Something must have triggered the Fire Spirit Pearl. Was it the Void Divine Furnace? Or the mysterious Heaven Fire? Lin Xian did not know. However, he felt that this might be an opportunity. Therefore, he did not intend to attack again. On the other side, the Flame Dragon King and the others also had gloomy expressions. They looked at the great void divine furnace in front of them, shook their heads, and sighed. If even Yan Nantian couldn't get it, then they probably wouldn't have a chance either. Therefore, these people either left the valley and returned to the fiery lake to prepare to break the formation and seize the heavenly flame. Otherwise, they would walk to the side and search for other king medicines. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Lin Xian also came to a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. From the looks of it, he was recovering his strength. In fact, while he was recovering his strength, he was also sending a voice transmission to tell her about the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. It seemed like the Fire Spirit Pearl was indeed related to something here. He just didn't know. Which one was it? Lin Xian asked. Ruzelong, do you have the confidence to break these formations? The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. It wasn't impossible to crack it, but it would take some time. It might take 1 or 2 years, or maybe 8 or 10 years. After all, you know that these formations are unusual. Lin Xian sighed after hearing that. Even the Crimson Dragon said so. It would be even more difficult for others to crack it. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. He found that the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body was suddenly covered with dense patterns. He had seen these patterns before, but he had been absorbing energy back then and didn't pay attention to them. Now, it seemed that there might be another secret. He studied it carefully and found that it seemed to be a formation. Thinking of this, Lin Xian said, Ruzelong, protect me secretly. He closed his eyes, and his soul entered the space inside the small sword to study the Fire Spirit Pearl. The others didn't know at all. They all thought that Lin Xian was recuperating. As for those people, they began to walk in all directions. For a moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Gradually, Huimuzhen and the others came to the fiery lake again, preparing to crack the heavenly flame formation. The Fire Dragon King and the 3 ancient royal family elites were busy. Everyone was trying to crack the formation. Around the fiery lake, runes were everywhere and flames were intertwined. It was a strange scene. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 3 days had passed, and no one had any clue at all. However, they didn't give up. They knew that it was impossible to crack it in a short time. However, these people didn't give up either. Huimuzhen and the others were even more solemn. They used all that they had learned in their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes, revealing a trace of ecstasy. Excited, he was really too excited. In the past 3 days, his soul had entered the mysterious small sword to study the Fire Spirit Pearl. He found that the patterns in the Fire Spirit Pearl were actually formations. To be precise, there were 2 formations. One was called the Heavenly Flame Formation, and the other was called the 8 Barons Divine Flame Formation. Not only were the 2 formations recorded in it, but it also recorded the methods to crack them. This made Lin Xian wild with joy. Weren't the heavenly flame formation and the 8 barons divine flame formation the 2 formations to protect the heavenly flame and the void divine furnace? Outside, Hormuzhin and the other top prodigies had used countless methods, but to no avail. However, he had actually found a way to crack it. He was too excited. It seemed like it was time to make a move. However, it was impossible for him to brazenly attempt to breach the 2 spirit formations, because even if he cracked it, the treasures might not necessarily be his in the end. Although he was a top prodigy, there were too many opponents. If the 3 supreme ancient theocrats joined forces, he wouldn't be able to fight them. Therefore, he had to think of a way to let these people kill each other first, and then he would be the fisherman to reap the benefits. Lin Xian transmitted the news to the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu. When the 3 of them heard, their hearts beat wildly, especially the Crimson Dragon, who was trembling with excitement. "Do you really have a way to crack it?" Lin Xian nodded, but how to do it was still a problem. Morong Qingqing sighed. "Brother Xian, I think it's better to choose one of them. It's not realistic to get both." Indeed, Lin Xian wasn't too greedy. As long as he could get one of the treasures, this trip would not be in vain. Xin Jingqiu blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "When Yan Nantian opened the void divine furnace, there was a ball of fiery red light shining. In the end, it turned into an immortal pill. According to my perception, the red pill's aura is very similar to the heavenly flame in the flaming lake. Therefore, I guess that the red pill must be related to the heavenly flame. Perhaps it has some components of the heavenly flame." "What? There's such a thing?" Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. Even Morong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. Chapter 2976. To be honest, they only knew that the red pill was mysterious and contained terrifying power. However, they did not know if it had anything to do with the heavenly fire. Of course, they did not doubt Xin Jingqiu's words, because they knew that Xin Jingqiu had an innate spirit body. Such a spirit body was very sensitive to power. Perhaps Xin Jingqiu was the only one who could sense it among all the elite prodigies present. In that case, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had an idea. "Why don't we give up on the heavenly fire?" Firstly, the pill contained the heavenly fire. Hormuzhin and the others were studying the heavenly fire. It seemed that they wanted to seize the heavenly fire. If we break the array now, they would definitely go crazy and fight for the heavenly fire. When they fight, we can take the opportunity to break the 8 barren divine fire array and get the void sky divine furnace. Even if we can't take the furnace away, it would be great if we can get the pill inside. After all, the heavenly fire was good, but the void sky divine furnace was even more mysterious. There might be other treasures inside besides the red pill. However, what if they fight here after breaking the array? We can't go to the valley and take the void sky divine furnace. Morong Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. It was fine. Fire Qilin Cave had been plotting for a long time. Hormuzhin was powerful, and they knew Skyfire City very well. If they could get the heavenly fire, they would definitely leave. Don't forget about the teleportation array in the garden. They would definitely use that teleportation array to leave. Therefore, there would be a big hunt. After they leave, we just have to seize the void sky divine furnace. Lin Xian's plan was very good. Morong Qingqing and the others nodded when they heard it. All right, let's do it. Lin Xian could not take the initiative to attack. After all, it would be too obvious. Therefore, he told the Crimson Dragon the way to break the array. He told the Crimson Dragon to do it secretly. After all, they were covered by the mysterious feathers and no one could see them. Then let's get started. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Then he went outside the valley again, pulled out the fire Qilin sword, and kept bombarding the valley. He wanted to create a commotion to attract the attention of those people, so that the Crimson Dragon could proceed quietly. As expected, Lin Xian's side began to attack the valley. All sorts of terrifying divine abilities and martial arts were displayed. Rumbling sounds rang out as flames filled the air. Sword Qi danced in the air, attracting the attention of Huomujin and the others in the distance. Damn it, what is this brat trying to do? Was he crazy? Humph! Did he think that he could break the 8 barons' divine fire array just because he could defeat Zhan Wushuang? What an idiot! These people sneered disdainfully. However, they did not know that beside them, the Crimson Dragon was quietly cracking the formation. Lin Xian's solution was obtained from the Fire Spirit Pearl. It was very profound and mysterious. He only needed to change the arrangement of some runic patterns to break the array formation. Therefore, the Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon's operation could be said to be silent. 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots, there were a total of 49 spots. In the end, the Crimson Dragon cracked them one by one. When the last one was cracked, the Crimson Dragon hurriedly left with Murong Qingqing and the others. Not long after they left, a white mist suddenly appeared around the fiery lake, followed by a series of deep voices. The entire ground began to tremble. Damn it, what happened? Huomujin and the others were shocked. At first, they thought that something was wrong with Lin Xian's side. However, they realized that it was not the case. There was a problem with the fiery lake around them. Could it be that the formation had been opened? They were extremely shocked. Impossible. They had been searching for so long, but they could not find any clues. How did the formation break? Could it be that someone was lucky and accidentally triggered the mechanism to break the formation? The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. After all, it was not only the top prodigies who were cracking the formation. The other prodigies of the 10,000 ancient races were also cracking the formation. There were so many people. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them were lucky enough to encounter it. However, now was not the time for them to think too much. The array formation around the flaming lake let out a rumbling sound and quickly disappeared. The fiery lake appeared in front of everyone, and a monstrous and terrifying aura rushed toward them. It was as if they were facing the divine fire in the valley again. It was finally open. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave were excited. The prodigies of the other 3 royal families were also wild with joy. Feng Yinxue, Huomujin, and the others were excited. At this moment, everyone stood up and stared at the fiery lake in front of them. Attack! Huomujin was the first to roar. His body flashed, and a Fire Qilin appeared and rushed over. Wherever it passed, the world trembled. A terrifying power surged in all directions. Damn it, how dare you! Feng Yinxue shouted. Her arms danced, and she struck out the phoenix seal. The Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang, and Hu Xinyan were not willing to be left behind. They all displayed their powerful abilities. Get lost! At the front, Huomujin roared and spat out a bronze pagoda. As soon as the bronze pagoda appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. With a gentle sound, a terrifying sound wave swept across all directions. Buzz! The space shattered and thousands of runes bloomed. Not good. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed. That was because the bronze pagoda was too terrifying. The runes on it were terrifying. It was the work of a sage. Those runes were carved by a sage, and they were far more powerful than ordinary weapons. Therefore, in an instant, they were blasted away. Damn it, this guy has been preparing for a long time. He must be plotting against us. Feng Yinxue screamed. She felt that the formation was not activated by chance, but by Huomujin. Previously, the other party had been pretending and did not break the formation directly. Instead, he waited for these people to be exhausted, anxious, and lost their confidence before breaking the formation. The other party was well prepared. At this moment, the bronze pagoda was the best proof. The Fire Dragon King gritted his teeth. On the other side, Yantian let out a long roar. His body emitted a dazzling light. 9 mysterious runes shrouded him and emitted a terrifying aura. Emperor runes. At this moment, Yanantian once again used the Emperor runes and quickly walked forward. As soon as the Emperor runes appeared, they blocked the power of the bronze pagoda. I won't let you get the heavenly fire. Yan Nanshan's voice was cold as if a great emperor had been revived. In front of him, Huamuzhin sneered. The Qilin head let out a sinister laugh. Who do you think you are? Are you really a great emperor who has been revived? You're still too young in front of me. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out third-grade flying swords. Each of them was as red as fire and emitted a terrifying aura. Not good. It's a forbidden artifact. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King's eyelids twitched wildly. Huamuzhin laughed sinisterly. One of the flying swords grew larger and became 100 feet long. It slashed forward and broke through the flaming lake. Another flying sword circled around him. The last flying sword flew toward Yanantian and exploded midway. Chapter 2977. Damn it! The forbidden artifact's power was no weaker than a half-step sacred artifact. Dodge it! They dodged one after another. Forbidden artifacts were very powerful, but they could not last long. Generally, they would break after a few uses. Although it was inferior to a half-step sacred artifact in this aspect, it was extremely terrifying in other aspects. For example, its sudden burst of power or the effect of self-destruction was very terrifying. Even Yan Nantian, who had the great emperor's talisman, did not dare to resist it. This energy was comparable to the self-destruction of a half-step sacred artifact. Therefore, he moved quickly. Boom! 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 The void around the flaming lake quickly shattered. Other than Huamuzhin, no one dared to stay here. Huamuzhin had already opened the flaming lake. In the lake, there was a fist-sized flame that emitted a monstrous aura. Heavenly fire! Huamuzhin smiled when he saw the flame. He knew that it was the flame of his dreams, because the aura emitted from it was too terrifying. It was like the king of all flames. Even his body was trembling and cracks appeared. His own strength could not suppress the heavenly fire at all. However, the bronze pagoda above his head could. It was the work of a sage. The bronze pagoda cast a spell, and thousands of auras hung down like divine chains, enveloping the heavenly fire. Then it kept the heavenly fire. Let's go. Huamuzhin laughed loudly and flew in the sky. He called out to the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave and quickly left. Around him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinshue's eyes turned red when they saw this scene. Especially Feng Yinshue, she screamed. How dare you? Stay, she screamed crazily. At this moment, she did not hold back. 2 pairs of phoenix wings appeared on her back. As she whistled, ice sealed thousands of miles. The entire space froze. The Fire Dragon King also turned into a fire dragon. He kept roaring, and his dragon claws tore the void apart. However, he was forced back by the Rainbow Pagoda. Huamuzhin was extremely powerful at this moment. His speed was also very fast. Get out of here! He shouted loudly, turned into rolling flames, and fled. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave followed closely behind. All of them were extremely excited. This was great. They had finally obtained the heavenly flame. Damn it, stop them. Don't let any of them go. Feng Yinshue screamed, and the Fire Dragon King roared as well. Zhan Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and Huixinyan also quickly followed. Their target was Huamuzhin. For a moment, many figures were tumbling in the sky. In front of him, Huamuzhin turned his head and revealed a ferocious smile. You want to hunt me down with just the likes of you? Go to hell. As he spoke, he let out a roar, and the 3rd flying sword beside him flew out again. This was also a forbidden artifact, and it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy cut off the space and blocked everyone. By the time the energy dissipated, Huamuzhin had already led the people of the Fire Qilin Cave out of the cave. Damn it, Chase! I must catch up to him. I can't let him escape. Behind him, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the other Sky Prides roared crazily. They killed their way out as if they had gone mad. Damn it, I was tricked by the Fire Qilin Cave. They would not allow Humu to escape. Ha 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 ha. Humujin took the lead. He stepped on a fire cloud and flew quickly. Beside him were the Sky Prides of the Fire Cloud Cave. These people were also extremely excited. They had finally obtained the heavenly fire. Next, they could leave this place. According to the ancient emperor's memories, there was a teleportation array ahead that could teleport them away. Previously, Humujin had also sensed that although the teleportation array had not been used for a long time, it was undamaged. It could be activated at any time. After using the teleportation array to leave, they had completely shaken off the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge. At that time, they could calmly go and seize the Qilin Eye. As for the Void Divine Furnace, they had given up this time. However, they had obtained 2 of the 3 treasures of Heavenly Fire City. After returning, the Qilin Crown Prince would definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, they were wild with joy. However, at this moment, a scream came from behind. It turned out that a palm had descended from the sky and directly slapped 2 prodigies of the Fire Spirit Cave to death. Damn it, the ancient Chaos Palm. Seeing this scene, Humujin's face darkened. Needless to say, it was Yen Nantian who had made a move. The other party was really powerful, as expected of someone who had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. What should we do, Lord Seventh? Should we kill them? The eyes of the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave beside him were bloodshot. They had never been hunted down like this before. Humujin gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. There was no need to care about these people. Let's hurry up and fly. All of you, burn your bloodline power. We must leave this place as soon as possible. So what if 1 or 2 prodigies died? As long as they could leave this place, they would be safe. Without their guidance, it would be a problem for the remaining people to leave Heavenly Fire City, let alone obtain the treasures. As they were returning along the same path, the speed of Humujin's group was very fast. They did not encounter any obstruction at all. Not long after, they arrived at the garden from before. Not good. There was something wrong with that garden. It was very likely a teleportation array. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. They had felt that it was suspicious previously. Humujin had stood under the rockery in the garden for a long time. At that time, they were suspicious. They had investigated, but they did not find anything. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a problem. Hurry up and don't let him leave. The Fire Dragon King roared angrily. Fire Dragon descends. He used a great divine ability. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. Ancient Chaos Divine Fist. Apocalyptic Blade. Divine Blade of War. Those top prodigies attacked crazily, trying to destroy the entire garden. As long as the array was destroyed, he did not believe that they could not escape alive. You want to stop me? It's not that easy. Humujin laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth, and spat out another treasure. It was a disc array. It quickly expanded in the wind and directly merged into the void. Then the array was activated and enveloped the entire garden. Haha, with my Divine Sun Universe array, you can stay outside. Humujin and the others laughed crazily. That was an extremely powerful defensive array. Those below the sage level could not break it at all. Those people wanted to stop them. It was purely wishful thinking. As expected, those peerless divine abilities bombarded the array's light screen, producing earth-shattering sounds. The array's light screen trembled, but it did not break at all. Seeing that, the prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave all laughed loudly. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others had gloomy expressions. Damn it, he brought so many treasures. Naturally, they had heard of the Divine Sun Universe Array. It was an extremely famous defensive array of Fire Qilin Cave. They did not expect Huomujin to bring it here this time. Is it that powerful? Open! Divine Fist of War. Zhan Wushuang waved his fist, and countless golden fist shadows bombarded the array, producing clanging sounds. Chapter 2978. Even though the void had been shattered, the spirit formation remained completely unscathed. Zhan Wushuang's face turned hideous. The other Sky Prides also looked cold. Let me try. Hua Xinyan walked out, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. Around him, balls of flames danced as if they could burn everything. It was the earthly blaze. He had such a strange flame. Feng Yingxue and the others exclaimed. It was a terrifying flame that was born from the earth, and it was very difficult to subdue. They did not expect it to be refined by him. Sure enough, when the flame appeared, the surrounding void distorted. Many Sky Prides trembled as they looked in front of them in fear. Poof! The earthly blaze landed on the array and burned rapidly. Soon it spread throughout the entire space. The array shook violently, but it resisted in the end. Damn it, how could it be so strong? Hua Xinyan frowned when he saw this. In the garden, Huomujin and the others still came to the array. He looked at the exasperated faces of the people outside the garden and laughed proudly. Idiots! The Divine Sun Universe Array was an extremely strong defensive array. No one below the Sage level could break it. You people should stop dreaming. Huomujin laughed. I'll miss you after I leave Sky Flame City. I hope you can escape successfully within 100 years. Huomujin was overjoyed. Without his guidance, these people would not be able to leave. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yingxue's faces darkened. When they entered the fourth area, Huomujin had provided them with the method to break the array. They worked together and spent a lot of effort to break it. Now that they did not have Huomujin's guidance, it would be much more difficult for them to leave. Damn it! Thinking of this, Feng Yingxue screamed and attacked again. An ice sword fell from the sky, and it could destroy the world. It slashed on the array, but it did not break it. Humph! You bitch! You keep going against me. Who do you think you are? Now, just stay here obediently. When I'm in a good mood, I might come back to collect your corpse in 100 years. Huomujin's arrogant voice sounded again. Hearing this, Feng Yingxue was so angry that she vomited blood. Ah! How dare he insult her like this? This drove her crazy. Damn you, Huomujin, I'll kill you. Kill me? Stop dreaming. Huomujin sneered. Do you think you have the strength to do so? Be good and stay here. I'm going to leave. Huomujin was very proud of himself. After returning this time, he would definitely be rewarded by the Crown Prince. At that time, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds again. As for these people, they were trapped here. What could the other party use to kill him? At the thought of this, he called the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto to stand on the array formation. Then he formed a seal with his palm. 9 divine crystals flew out of his sleeves in different directions, providing a tremendous amount of energy. Activate the formation. With a cold shout, Huomujin's body exploded with light. One after another, mysterious runes struck the formation. Oh no, I can't let him go. Feng Yingxue, the Fire Dragon King, and the other top Sky Prides attacked like crazy. However, it was still blocked by the array formation. Although cracks had appeared on the formation, it did not shatter. On the teleportation array, Huomujin and the others smiled. Goodbye. He was about to leave this place. However, in the next moment he was stunned. The surrounding prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto also looked at each other. What was going on? Why weren't they teleported away? Damn teleportation array! Activate! Huomujin shouted coldly. He thought that the divine crystals he threw out were not enough, so he threw out 9 more and merged them into the array formation. The teleportation array made a buzzing sound, but in an instant the light disappeared again. They were not teleported away. Damn it, what was going on? How could this be? Huamuzhin's face was gloomy, and the expressions of the prodigies around him changed drastically. Could it be that there was a problem with the array formation? That was impossible. Huamuzhin had personally checked before. The array formation was intact and could be activated at any time. Moreover, he had done it very secretly. He did not believe that these people could see through it. Judging from the situation when these people chased after him, they really did not know that there was a teleportation array here. In other words, these people could not have destroyed it. But why could the teleportation array not be activated? How could this be? Lord Seventh, what should we do? The surrounding prodigies of the fire Qilin Grotto also turned pale. Could it be that this array formation was broken? That was impossible. Although many tens of thousands of years had passed, so many killing arrays had been used before. This array formation should not be broken. Their faces were also gloomy. What exactly happened? Damn it, I don't believe it. It must be that the array formation had not been activated for a long time, so the energy required was relatively large. His eyes were bloodshot. This time, he threw out 49 divine crystals. Those divine crystals were like small suns, blooming with vast energy and enveloping the entire array formation. This time, the energy should be enough. Huamuzhin gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, this time, they still did not teleport away. All the energy was absorbed by the array formation, but they still stayed in place. How could this be? The prodigies of the fire Qilin Grotto were about to go crazy. They looked at the people outside the array formation, their bodies trembling. Previously, they had completely offended the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Zhanwu Shuang, and other top prodigies. If they could teleport away, then it would be fine. However, if they could not teleport away, they would face the anger of so many top prodigies. Would they be able to withstand it? Not to mention them, even their 7th generation master would not be able to resist. Huamuzhin's face also turned green. He roared in exasperation. Damn it, you bastard! Open it. He had gone crazy. He roared like a wild dog, but the array formation remained indifferent. Outside the array formation, Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. What was going on? Huamuzhin and the others were not teleported away. To be honest, they did not quite believe it either. It seemed that there was a problem with the array formation. Hua Xinyan sneered. Everyone was stunned, then revealed a sinister expression. This Huamuzhin was really courting death. Fire Dragon King sneered. Feng Yinxue was even more murderous. Great, there was finally a chance to kill him with his own hands. Zhanwu Shuang and Yan Nantian also snorted coldly. Their expressions were incomparably cold. They attacked together. They would shatter the array formation. Cracks had already appeared on the array formation. Now that they were attacking even more violently, it probably would not last long. 7th generation master, what should we do? Seeing that more and more array formations around them were broken, the faces of the prodigies of the fire Qilin Grotto turned green. Chapter 2979. Huamuzhin was trembling with anger. Damn it, how did this happen? To be honest, he did not expect that he would not be able to leave after offending so many people. His previous plan was very good. He would seize the treasure, activate the teleportation array, and leave directly. However, he had obtained the treasure, but now the array formation had failed. No, it can't have failed. Someone must have sabotaged it. Huamuzhin looked ferocious. He kept feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind him that were pushing everything. When the great heavenly fire array was broken, he had some suspicions. Those people thought that he was the one who broke it, but he knew that he did not know how to break the array formation. However, the array formation was inexplicably broken. He previously thought that someone was lucky and triggered the array formation's mechanism, but now that he thought about it, that was unlikely. This ancient great array was so mysterious that it was not something that could be opened by luck alone. However, in just 3 days, The great heavenly fire array was activated. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very suspicious. Coupled with the fact that the teleportation array could not be activated, that made Hormuzhin's heart sink to the extreme. He knew that he had been set up. But who was the culprit? Damn it! Could it be that there's a peerless expert hiding in the dark? Who is it? Get out here! He roared like a madman. How dare you set me up? I'll definitely kill you. Fire Chilin Cave will definitely not let you off. However, no one answered. What answered him was only an earth-shattering sound. With a bang, endless light flickered, and the surrounding divine sun universe array shattered with a bang. Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others rushed over. Behind them were the primordial elites of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Emperor Ridge. Oh no! The primordial elites of the Fire Chilin Cave were so scared that they were about to cry. Hormuzhin's face was also extremely pale. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Hormuzhin hurriedly roared. They had been set up, and they had to find the person who was hiding in the dark. Misunderstanding my ass. Feng Yinxue rushed forward with a murderous aura, not giving Hormuzhin a chance to speak at all. Previously, the other party dared to call her a bitch and humiliate her. How could she endure it? Buzz! She extended her jade-like hand, which transformed into a divine bird. It carried the divine light of Li fire as it pierced through the clouds and charged at Hormuzhin. It could be said that he did not hold back at all in this palm strike. Therefore, the sky prides around Hormuzhin trembled, unable to resist at all. Hormuzhin shouted angrily, and a cold light burst from his eyes. A sea of fire gushed out from his body, and his king's domain enveloped the geniuses around him, forming a strong defense. At the same time he punched out. Boom! The sky was filled with crimson clouds that emanated from his fist, spreading out in all directions. This punch was like a peerless, ferocious beast that had broken free from its shackles and charged forward. Clang! When the two collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying explosion of energy blew those geniuses away. Only the Flame Dragon King and the others were still able to advance. Hormuzhin's face darkened. He roared, "Retreat!" The sky prides behind him could not withstand such a ferocious attack. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Now that the other party was going crazy, he had to leave this place. However, he had just retreated. Behind him, a divine blade descended. It was sparkling and translucent, carrying terrifying divine force, cutting off his path of retreat. Buzz! Countless runes flickered above his head. A huge vortex appeared, and a godfiend's palm reached out from the vortex, emitting a monstrous aura. It was the Flame Dragon King and Yen Nanshan's attack. Oh no! Hormuzhin's pupils constricted. He was the 7th-generation god fiend, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. However, he could not fight against so many geniuses of the same level as him. Therefore, he could only hide now. His body turned into a stream of light. He burned his bloodline power and narrowly avoided such a terrifying killing move. At the same time, he screamed frantically, "Stop! I've been tricked. The array has been tampered with and can't be used anymore. Moreover, I wasn't the one who broke the heavenly fire ray. Someone did it secretly. There's a peerless expert lurking around us. We have to find that person, or there will be endless trouble." Humph! Hearing that, the Flame Dragon King snorted coldly. Zhan Wushuang, Yen Nantian, and the others also felt cold. They didn't believe such nonsense. Feng Yinxue sneered. "Someone tricked you? Someone secretly attacked you? Do you think I'll believe you? We have so many experts, but we can't see through them. Could it be that they're saints? Saints can't enter this place. Besides, when you escaped with the heavenly fire, did someone trick you? When you humiliated me in the array, did someone force you to say that? Damn you, Hormuzhin, I won't let you go today." Feng Yinshue's murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The others also attacked aggressively. Although they were also very confused, they were all burning with anger. They had to capture Huomuzhen and torture him. Then they would think about whether the details were as the other party had said. These people did not hold back. One after another, terrifying divine abilities erupted. Ah, damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Huomuzhen screamed crazily. His eyes were wide open, and the blood in his body surged. A huge fire Qilin phantom appeared and roared at the sky. At the same time, he burned his bloodline power, and the bronze pagoda also rushed out from between his brows. He did not hold back at all and fought against these people. In an instant, a great battle broke out. In the end, Huomuzhen used the heavenly fire that he had just obtained. Monstrous flames filled the air. The entire space was enveloped by a peerless power, other than Yen Nantian, the Fire Dragon King, and the others who fought against it. The other archaic prodigies all retreated frantically, not daring to get close at all. However, the prodigies of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge did not stay idle. They all charged towards the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave. For a moment, the battle was very tragic. While these people were fighting desperately on the other side, the cave was eerily quiet. At this moment, the cave inside was still like a paradise on earth. The flaming lake that was split open by the saber once again recovered, but there was still no one there. In the entire paradise on earth, only Lin Xian was left. Of course, there was also the Crimson Dragon and the others. They walked out of the mysterious feather. They were finally out. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Jingqiu looked around curiously. The Crimson Dragon was extremely excited. Kid, let's start quickly. Lin Xian nodded. There was no time to lose. They had to make a move quickly. Who knew what happened to those people outside? The group of people moved quickly and arrived outside the valley. Looking at the ethereal divine furnace in front of them, everyone's eyes burned with passion. My line, my line. The little white monkey also jumped out, scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it also knew that the formation ahead was terrifying, so it did not dare to move forward. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He and the Crimson Dragon worked together and quickly broke the 8 barren divine fire formation. Chapter 2980. Since they already had a way to break it, they acted very quickly. Not long after, the entire 8 desolation divine fire array trembled slightly and then disappeared. Great, it's broken. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed, and the little white monkey flew over. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu also came forward. The void divine furnace. Everyone looked at the divine furnace in front of them excitedly. One of the pills inside was refined using the heavenly flame, so its value was definitely higher than the heavenly flame. And that was only one of the treasures. There must be other treasures inside. In other words, the value of the void divine furnace far exceeded the heavenly fire. Hurry up and take it away. The Crimson Dragon set up a formation outside to prevent them from causing too much of a commotion and alerting the outside world. Let Ben Huang try. After setting up the formation, the Crimson Dragon couldn't wait any longer. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow the void divine furnace. The mysterious runes on the void divine furnace flickered, and a terrifying divine fire spread out. The Crimson Dragon was so scared that he quickly retreated. No, although the 8 desolation divine fire array was broken, the void divine furnace was too terrifying. It would be difficult for anyone below the sage realm to walk. Let's open the furnace. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. He stretched out his dragon claws, grabbed the top of the furnace and lifted it. However, the void divine furnace didn't move at all. Damn, why is it so heavy? Everyone was stunned. The dark red divine dragon could easily lift 100,000 mountains with just one move. However, the void divine furnace didn't move. that Yan Nantian was really powerful. He could lift the top of the void divine furnace with just one hand. Morong Qingcheng exclaimed. Shen Jingqiu was also surprised. She had to admit that the emperor's divine ability was indeed powerful. Let me try. Lin Xian stood out. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly as he used his full strength. A pair of golden hands grabbed the top of the furnace. Open for me. Lin Xian shouted angrily. His black hair danced wildly, and the entire void trembled. Countless cracks appeared around him. The illusionary divine furnace also began to tremble and rumble. Lin Xian was like a god of war, his power erupting once again. Finally, a crack appeared in the furnace. It was activated. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also shocked. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, it was indeed terrifying to possess such divine power. Lin Xian's face was flushed red. Activating this sliver was already his limit. He couldn't open it completely. However, he also had a backup plan. Come out, great dragon sword spirit. With a cold shout, a dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out and circled in the sky. Then it pierced into the gap. Clang! An earth-shattering sound could be heard. Fortunately, there was a formation around them, so it did not spread out. Seeing the great dragon sword soul enter the gap, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He loosened his grip. His arm was numb. He had to admit that the great void divine furnace was too terrifying. At the same time, he was even more shocked. It seemed that the chaotic ancient technique was incomparably terrifying. The inheritance of the arch was indeed not to be underestimated. He had to pay more attention to Yan Nantian in the future. But now he put away his thoughts and focused on dealing with the great void divine furnace in front of him. Buzz! He grabbed the great dragon sword spirit with one hand. Then he pressed it down. He wanted to use the great dragon sword spirit as a lever to pry open the great void divine furnace's cauldron. If it was an ordinary heaven-grade, top-tier weapon, it would probably break in an instant. Even a half-step sacred weapon might not be able to withstand it. However, the great dragon sword spirit was different. This was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It would not break at all. Lin Xian did not have to worry. He only needed to use all his strength. Rumble! Rumble! The top of the great void divine furnace finally emitted a creaking sound. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and finally more than half of it was opened. Buzz! As soon as the divine furnace opened, a red light rushed out of it, emitting a peerless aura. It turned into a pill and floated at the entrance. It was that pill. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed in surprise. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also held their breaths. Previously they had seen this pill. The power of this pill was too terrifying. Mysterious runes appeared on Shen Jingqiu's body. She carefully sensed it. That's right, this pill indeed contained the aura of the divine fire. Keep it. Lin Xian took out the 9-story pagoda. It was also a half-step sacred weapon, and he controlled it. He put away the red pill. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon looked ahead eagerly. Kid, look. Are there any treasures inside? They looked ahead. It was chaos inside, and they could not see clearly at all. Kid, activate your heavenly secret, divine eyes. The Crimson Dragon urged. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked inside. In the next moment, he could not see clearly what kind of chaos he passed through. However, he saw that there were many flickering lights inside. He thought that there should be treasures inside. He said that there were indeed treasures, but he could not take them out. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and reached into the chaos, wanting to take out the treasures. However, as soon as he entered, the 9-yang palm cracked, and he quickly retracted it in fear. It seemed that the aura of the wonton was even more terrifying than the divine fire. Did he have to wait for the treasures to fly out? The Crimson Dragon's eyes were red. He muttered something and formed a seal with his dragon claws. He shouted, "Come out, treasure!" However, there was no reaction from the void divine furnace. The crimson dragon was so angry that it roared and slapped it with its claws. Damn it! Woo gee, the Snow White monkey jumped. It was also so angry that it scratched its ears and cheeks and took off the treasure plate on its head. The Snow White monkey used all its strength, and its body emitted a white light. It used the treasure plate to the extreme. Similarly, mysterious runes appeared one after another. Lin Xian also took out the fire spirit pearl from the mysterious sword and placed it on the treasure plate. He did not know what use it would be. However, he had a feeling that the fire spirit pearl should be related to the void divine furnace. As expected, under the effects of the two, a few more rays of light flew out from the void divine furnace. It's coming out. There are treasures coming out. A total of 4 rays of light came out and floated at the entrance. Seeing this, the Snow White monkey waved its claws and directly put away a blue fruit. Then it was elated, and its big eyes turned into crescents. Other than the blue fruit, there were 3 other things. One of them was a blood-colored lingji. This was not an ordinary lingji. It was even more terrifying than the King of Medicine. This was because there were mysterious runes on it that did not look like they were carved by humans. Heavens! Could this be natural Tao patterns? The crimson dragon swallowed his saliva. He had never seen such a magical spirit herb before. Lin Xian, can you give this blood lingji to me? Xin Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened. There were also terrifying runes spinning on her body. She had formed a connection with the blood lingji. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, these are all for you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Xin Jingqiu formed a seal with her palm, and the blood lingji flew to her side and was kept by her. Roar! No, Ben Huang had to choose one too. The crimson dragon stared at the remaining 2 things. At this moment, a roar came with a terrifying aura. Even the blood in Lin Xian and the others' bodies surged. Chapter 2981. What a terrifying bloodline suppression. What is this? The crimson dragon's eyes were red as it stared at the black pill. This thing looked ordinary, but it was actually so terrifying. Could it be the legendary 1,000 Beasts elixir? Heavens, Ben Huang wants this thing. The crimson dragon waved its claws and kept the black pill. Then I will take the last thing. Morong Qingqing smiled and waved her jade-like hand. Although there was only one left, she was not dissatisfied. In fact, she was very happy. The last thing was a 7-colored lotus. The 7 petals were like rainbows, shining with a mysterious aura. Needless to say, this was also a treasure. Everyone was very satisfied with the treasures they obtained. Next, the little white monkey activated the treasure basin again. Lin Xian used the fire spirit pearl, but it was useless. None of the treasures came out. They knew that they might have used up all their opportunities. However, it did not matter. Each of them obtained a treasure. Moreover, they knew that any treasure in their hands was far more valuable than the Heaven Fire. It could be said that they were the biggest winners in this trip to Heaven Fire City. Lin Xian kept the great dragon sword soul, and the divine furnace slowly healed. Finally, the void sky divine furnace merged into one again. It emitted a mysterious aura and floated there. Are we leaving? Morong Qingqing asked. The crimson dragon looked at it and said reluctantly, Oh, this is a peerless treasure. Are we going to leave it here? I really want to take it away. Kid, do you have any other ideas? Lin Xian was also reluctant. To be honest, although he could not take it out now, he wanted to take it away. In the future, when he became stronger, he would definitely be able to get the treasures inside. Therefore, he wanted to get it. After thinking for a while, he said, I will give it a try. Others might not have a way, but he had a way. He had the mysterious small sword in his body. Previously, the mysterious small sword had absorbed the fire spirit pearl. This time, it should be able to take the void sky divine furnace. However, he could not take the initiative to move the mysterious small sword. Therefore, he was ready to take the risk. He reached out and grabbed the Void Sky Divine Furnace. The Void Sky Divine Cauldron released a divine flame that enveloped Lin Xian. The 9-yang divine body resisted the divine flame, but the divine flame was too terrifying. Cracks instantly appeared on his 9-yang divine body. He roared, "Damn it, keep it!" Just as his body was about to shatter, the mysterious little sword in his body finally trembled. A beam of sword light shot out and enveloped the Void Sky Deity. In the next moment, the Void Divine Furnace disappeared from the valley. Disappeared. The Void Divine Furnace seemed to have disappeared. Murong Qingqing and the others widened their eyes, and the Crimson Dragon screamed. "Kid, did you succeed?" Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his soul entered the mysterious little sword. Sure enough, he discovered that the Nihility Divine Furnace had appeared in that mysterious space. This made him sigh in relief. He opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He had succeeded. "Hurry up and leave. Don't get blocked by those people. If they find out that it was us who did it in secret, these people will probably go crazy." The Crimson Dragon and the others prepared to leave. Lin Xian nodded and also wanted to leave. However, just as they turned around, a mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the place where the Void Divine Furnace was originally floating. As soon as it jumped, the space in the entire valley instantly shattered. A terrifying spatial power enveloped Lin Xian and the others. In the next moment, they disappeared from the valley. On the other side, the battle in the garden was fierce. Hua Muzhin's body was covered in blood, and his body was covered in cracks. He had already been defeated twice, and this was the result of using all his trump cards and burning his bloodline power. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the prodigies of the Fire Chilin Cave were also on the verge of death. Many of them were injured, and many of them were killed. "Damn it, stop. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll hand over the heavenly fire." Hua Muzhin was furious. However, if he did not hand over the heavenly fire, he would really lose his life. Not only him, but all the prodigies of the Fire Chilin Cave would be killed. He could not bear the consequences. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others stopped. Hua Muzhin reluctantly took out the bronze pagoda. He divided the heavenly fire into 6 portions and gave them to the Fire Dragon King and the other 5 prodigies. Only then did the other party stop. However, Feng Yunxue looked at him with a cold expression. In the end, she did not make a move. Hua Muzhin heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he was so angry that he trembled. Who was it? Who was it that tricked him? He decided to go back and take a look. The others also felt that the matter was a little strange. After all, they felt that it was unreal that the heavenly fire ray was activated so easily. Therefore, these people also followed Hua Muzhin and returned to the cave. When they entered the cave, they found that it was quiet inside. They first came to the flaming lake and saw that everything was normal. Feng Yunxue sneered. "All right, we've already obtained the heavenly fire. It doesn't matter even if you lied and plotted against us." The others also looked over. Hua Muzhin shook his head. "Someone must have tricked me. Let's go to the valley and take a look. There might be something wrong with the Void Divine Furnace." They flew toward the valley. Among them, although the Fire Dragon King and the others were suspicious, they did not think that the other party had the ability to seize the Void Divine Furnace. One had to know that even the successor of the great Emperor, Yan Nantian, could not do anything. Moreover, he only survived after risking a chaotic ancient imperial talisman. It was impossible for others to take it away, unless it was a saint, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Only then would they be able to quietly take away the Void Wave Divine Furnace. With a suspicious attitude, they flew toward the valley. However, when they arrived at the valley, they were completely dumbfounded. With a clang, the bronze pagoda above Hua Muzhin's head fell to the ground. However, he did not care at all. He stared straight ahead. Where was the Void Divine Furnace? Feng Yunxue also screamed. The pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang and Hu Xinyan, also shrank. Yan Nanshan's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. The stars in his eyes flickered as if they were the eyes of the martial path, sweeping in all directions. Could it be that he had hidden it? However, under such a terrifying technique, nothing could be hidden. He realized that the Void Divine Furnace had really disappeared. Not only had the Void Divine Furnace disappeared, but the 8 Barren Divine Fire Ray had also disappeared. As soon as Huamuzhen entered the valley, he roared crazily. Who was it? Damn it, who was the one who did it? The others were also sweating profusely. The great heavenly fire ray was broken? The 8 Barren Divine Fire Ray was also broken by someone. Which expert was it that did this? It could not be the younger generation. No one had such terrifying ability. Even the top young array masters could not do it. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. They had a deep understanding of how terrifying the 8 Barren Divine Fire Ray was. Even the 10,000 ancient races couldn't produce such a prodigy, let alone the human race or anyone else. Who was it? Chapter 2982. Super Expert. There was a super expert hiding in the dark. Damn it. What method did he use to enter? Which faction's super expert was he from? These people went crazy. They felt that not only Huamuzhen, but all of them had been tricked by the other party. The other party first cracked the heavenly fire formation and made them fight for the heavenly fire. Then, the other party quietly took away the Void Divine Furnace after they left. Thinking of this, everyone felt like they had been played, especially Huamuzhen, who spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. Even he had been injured by it. Who was it? Wait, where was that kid? Where was that human kid? Feng Yinxue suddenly screamed. The others also looked at each other. Yes, where was Lin Xian? If Lin Xian was an ant before, they wouldn't take him seriously. However, the battle between him and Zhan Wushuang made them know that this kid was very strong, not weaker than them. However, during the battle for the heavenly fire, he didn't appear at all, and now he disappeared. Could it be that he took the Void Divine Furnace? When these words were said, the others' eyelids twitched. Impossible, no matter how strong that kid is. He's at most on par with us. If we can't take it, what right does he have to take it? Yes, even Brother Yen, the successor of a great emperor, couldn't do anything. How could this kid have such methods? Although he had the 9 Yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul, these two were both offensive and combat aspects. In terms of cracking formations, he didn't have any advantage. In fact, he was even inferior to them. They didn't believe that it was Lin Xian who took the Void Divine Furnace, because if that was the case, it was too sensational. Yan Nan frowned. If the other party didn't take it, then why did the other party disappear? Could it be that it was the super saint behind this kid? They knew that Lin Xian was related to at least 3 super saints. First, Xiajiao, that was Immortal Palace's old palace master. Second, Lin Zhan, that was the other party's father. Third, Lord Alcohol, had a deep relationship with the other party. What if it was really Lin Xian who had colluded with one of the 3 super sages to take it away? It shouldn't be. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. Ever since the darkness upheaval, the ancestors of the 3 ancient royal families have been secretly watching the actions of the human race's super saints. If it's one of those super sages, our patriarch will definitely know about it. At that time, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, it couldn't be them. Who was it? Could it be that another hidden mysterious saint had taken action and seized the Void Divine Furnace? But this kid happened to see it, and then he killed this kid. It was possible. Everyone nodded. They felt that this was also a possibility. Huamuzhen's face was gloomy. No matter who had done it this time, he had really lost. He only managed to obtain 1/6 of the heavenly flame before the Void Divine Furnace disappeared. How was he going to explain himself when he returned? That's right, the Qilint's eye. There was still the Qilint's eye. He had to get the Qilint's eye. Otherwise, the Qilin Crown Prince, would not forgive him when he returned. In the next moment, he looked at the Fire Dragon King and the others. "You guys don't need to follow me anymore." At this point, he waved his sleeve, and endless runes condensed in the air, forming a map. "This is the way out. You guys follow this path. I have other things to do." With that, he quickly left with the people of the Fire Qilin Cave. Damn it, this guy must have secrets that he's hiding from us. Could it be that there are other treasures in Heavenly Flame City? Feng Inxue looked at the other party's back and gritted his teeth. Should we follow? The others' eyes flickered. These people discussed and decided to follow and take a look. They felt that Huomuzhen must be hiding something. They followed for a while, but found that he had completely disappeared. This made them sigh. Forget it, this guy knows more than us. It's easy to shake us off. Let's go back the way we came. Yan Nantian and the others shook their heads. Everyone decided to return. In the true spirit world, Heavenly Flame City floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The great sects of the human race and the 10,000 ancient races were waiting nervously. After all, they had sent in so many geniuses. It seemed that Heavenly Flame City would disappear in a month or two. They wondered how far Huomuzhen and the others had gone. Did they get the Heavenly Flame? Did they get the Void Divine Furnace? Qilin, the eyes of the experts of the Fire Qilin Cave flickered. They still didn't know that the Void Divine Furnace had been quietly taken away by someone else. Huomuzhen had only obtained 1/6 of the Heavenly Flame. As for the Qilin, it was still unknown. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire Fire Qilin Cave. On this day, in a place not far from Sky Flame City, the void split open and a few figures fell from the void. As soon as these people appeared, their bodies shone brightly and they instantly recovered. "Where is this?" a beautiful woman in purple asked curiously with widened eyes. Beside her was a peerless beauty in white, a dark red divine dragon, a snow-white monkey, and a black-robed youth. It was Lin Xian and the others. After Lin Xian recovered his strength, he looked around. Heavenly Flame City were out. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing and the others also saw the incomparably huge Heavenly Flame City. They heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were worried. What about the disciples of the sacred grounds? There should be a way out. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Peacock and the other martial artists of the Immortal Palace were also inside. However, he wasn't worried. With so many disciples of the sacred grounds inside, there would definitely be a way out. Lin Xian said, "Let's leave this place quickly. After all, we came out early. If we were discovered by others, there would be a lot of questions and suspicions." At this point, Murong Qingqing took out a mysterious feather, covered their aura, and quickly left. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few primordial kings looked over. "What's going on? Why do I feel an energy fluctuation? Could it be that someone came out early? Impossible. It's not time yet. These people shouldn't have come out. Perhaps a demonic beast happened to pass by." They patrolled the surroundings again, but they didn't find anyone suspicious. Only then did the primordial kings withdraw their gazes. On the other side, in the void, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. These primordial kings were so cautious. Forget it. Let's leave quickly. They flew quickly in the dark. Finally, they arrived 5 million miles away. Lin Xian was still worried. He flew another 10 million miles before landing in the forest below. It should be fine. We're already far away from Heavenly Flame City. Those people won't be monitoring here. They heaved a sigh of relief. "Kid, where are we going next?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Chapter 2983. Qingqing and the others also looked over. Lin Xian said, "The main group hasn't returned yet. It's not good for us to wander around outside to avoid being discovered. How about this? Let's go back to the Immortal Palace to cultivate in seclusion. We've all obtained quite a few treasures. Why don't we take advantage of this time to consume them? Okay. Murong Qingqing and Shin Qingqiu nodded. They could also return to the immortal palace to cultivate while waiting for the people from their holy land to return. The Crimson Dragon took out the array platform and opened the space gate. The few of them quickly left. Inside the immortal palace, the array flickered. Lin Xian and the others appeared, attracting the attention of the head guardian and the others. "Palace Master, why are you back?" They were extremely shocked, because they were also paying attention to Sky Flame City, but no one came out. Lin Xian said, "It's a long story. First, seal off the news. Don't let anyone know that we came out." Yes. The head guardian hurriedly went to seal off the news. Lin Xian brought Murong Qingqing and the others into the Starry Palace. Everyone went into seclusion. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. First, he recovered his body to its peak state. He took out the 9-layered pagoda. There was a red pill floating in the air inside. Just by smelling the pill's fragrance, Lin Xian felt refreshed. The blood in his body boiled, as if his strength had increased. It was indeed an immortal pill. He was wild with joy. Gulp! He swallowed it decisively. A violent power erupted. Lin Xian closed his eyes and slowly formed a seal. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon, Snow White Monkey, Murong Qingqing, and Shin Jingqiu also swallowed the treasures they obtained. Everyone went into seclusion. 1 month. 2 months. At the beginning of the 3rd month, Sky Flame City emitted a terrifying energy that forcefully teleported everyone out. Its terrifying figure slowly disappeared into the void. Sky Flame City disappeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone sighed. They didn't know when they would be able to explore Heavenly Flame City again. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave were extremely excited. They sent out a dozen Archean kings to bring Humujin and the others back. The nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge did the same, sending out a large number of experts. Leaf Dowdenier, Dustless, Alcade, the Grand Summer Photon, and the others all emerged. Their auras were much stronger than before. Clearly, these people had obtained their own fortuitous encounters in Heavenly Flame City. That was especially true of Leaf Dowdenier. Clenching his fists, he called out to the Yi clan experts. This time, he had indeed encountered a great opportunity. "Brother Gu, Brother Wu Hua, Brother Xia, I'll be leaving first." Yi Wu Dao waved at Gu Santong and the others, then left with the Yi clan cultivators. "Let's go." Gu Santong and the rest took a deep breath. They had all gained a lot, and now it was time to go back and digest it. The elders of the various sacred grounds all came to receive them. People from Immortal Palace, Peacock, and the others also appeared. People from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also appeared. However, they were extremely nervous, because they didn't know how Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shin Jingqiu were doing. Had they come out? Among them, Invincible King from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also frowned after asking around. They didn't see Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu in the sky, which made them extremely worried. Whoosh! The Great Guardian flew over and quickly transmitted a message to the 2 of them, telling them not to worry. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter and Purple Afterglow Holy Daughter were in seclusion in Immortal Palace, and would probably come out after a while. Hearing this, the people from Purple Afterglow, Holy Land, and Jade Lake were stunned at first. Then they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew about the relationship between Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Lin Xian. The Great Guardian couldn't be wrong. "Well, when the Holy Daughter comes out, please inform us, Great Guardian." They left with the geniuses of the sacred grounds. The Great Guardian also returned to Immortal Palace with Peacock and the others. Everyone was taken away, and the sky was clear again. Fire Qilin Cave. At this moment, the atmosphere was gloomy. When Fire Qilin Crown Prince learned that Hormuzan had only obtained 1/6 of the heavenly flame, his face fell. When he learned that the great void divine furnace had been taken away by a mysterious person, he was even more furious. Trash! A bunch of trash! The Chelan Crown Prince roared in anger, and the entire Fire Chelan cave shook. Those invincible kings were trembling in fear, not daring to speak. "Did you get the Chelan's eye?" the Chelan Crown Prince asked in a deep voice. Hormuzan and the others knelt on the ground and said, respectfully, reporting to the Crown Prince, "We got the Chelan's eye." Hearing this, the primordial kings heaved a sigh of relief, and the Chelan Crown Prince squinted his eyes. "As for you?" The Chelan Crown Prince's eyes fell on Hormuzan, and suddenly Hormuzan trembled. Although he was the 7th generation lord, and his bloodline power was strong, he was like an ant in front of the Chelan Crown Prince. The Chelan Crown Prince's bloodline power made him unable to resist. Even the blood in his body had solidified. This was the Crown Prince's bloodline power. In the entire world, only the other Crown Princes and Princesses could contend with him. Other than them, no one could contend with him. Reporting to the Crown Prince, Lin Xian also disappeared with the great void divine furnace. "We don't know if he's dead or alive, and I suspect that he has something to do with the disappearance of the great void divine furnace." "What, Lin Xian?" The Chelan Crown Prince frowned. This wasn't the first time he heard this name. Lin Xian was arrogant before, but he didn't think that Lin Xian had the strength to get the great void divine furnace. According to Hormuzan, even Yen Nantian, the successor of a great emperor, couldn't get it. So how could Lin Xian do it? At this moment, the primordial kings said, reporting to the Crown Prince, "We didn't find any trace of Lin Xian outside Sky Flame City. If he wasn't killed, then he must have something to do with the great void divine furnace." "That kid didn't come out?" The Chelan Crown Prince's eyes flickered, and he looked at Hormuzan again. "All right, you'll be in charge of this. This is a good chance for you to atone for your mistakes, so you must seize it." "Don't worry, Crown Prince, I'll find that kid." Hormuzan quickly nodded. After handing over 1/6 of the heavenly flame and the Chelan eye, Hormuzan immediately led his men and left the Fire Chelan cave. They headed to the Immortal Palace. They wanted to confirm whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. If Lin Xian was dead, then this matter had nothing to do with him. However, if he was still alive, he definitely knew the whereabouts of the great void divine furnace. Therefore, as long as Lin Xian was alive, they would capture him at all costs. The group arrived outside the Immortal Palace and shouted for Lin Xian to come out. After the Immortal Palace's guardian heard this, he frowned and reported. There was no need to reply to them. If they dared to attack, activate the array, and beat them out. Although the great guardian didn't know what had happened, he knew that Lin Xian and the others might have obtained some kind of treasure and provoked the Fire Chelan cave to hunt them down. After all, Lin Xian and the others came out 2 months in advance. Furthermore, Lin Xian didn't look frustrated at all. Instead, he looked excited. It was obvious that he had obtained a treasure. Therefore, the great guardian had to protect the safety of Lin Xian and the others. After the guardian received the order, he immediately returned. They looked at Hormuzan and the others outside the array and said coldly, "Either get lost or die." Chapter 2984. You're courting death. Attack! Tear apart their array formation. Hormuzan went crazy. The prodigies of Fire Chelan cave behind him quickly attacked. A sea of fire fell from the sky, sizzling as it pierced through the void. The terrifying power surged forward like an avalanche. Hormuzan attacked even more fiercely. Boom! Millions of Fire Chelans roared and surged. The entire world seemed to be torn apart. Stubborn! Activate the array formation. The guardians of Immortal Palace also shouted coldly. They quickly controlled the array disk. Immediately, a peerless array formation erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. Streaks of murderous sword light soared into the sky, slashing in all directions with mountain-like pressure. Boom! 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 The people of Fire Chilin Cave were indeed terrifying. However, Immortal Palace's protective array was even more terrifying. In the end, the prodigies of Fire Chilin Cave were forced to retreat, and the sea of fire in the sky was torn apart. A few other prodigies were pierced by the peerless murderous aura, and their blood dyed the sky red. Huamuzhin's arm was numb, and he was trembling with anger. "Damn it, I don't believe that you won't come out." They gritted their teeth and waited outside Immortal Palace. This wait lasted for half a month. However, there was no trace of Lin Xian at all. Seventh generation, should we continue waiting? The prodigies of Fire Chilin Cave had lost their patience. Huamuzhin's face was gloomy. He reckoned that they could not continue waiting. Moreover, if the other party wanted to use the teleportation array to leave, they would not be able to wait there. Huamuzhin thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Follow me." The group of people soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Seventh generation, should we go back? But what about the Crown Prince? The prodigies of Fire Chilin Cave were worried. Huamuzhin laughed sinisterly. "Let's not go back first. I'll think of a way to get that kid out." Get him out? Everyone was puzzled. They had forcefully attacked Immortal Palace, but they could not get that kid out. What else could they do? Soon they understood. They even revealed sinister smiles, as expected of the seventh Immortal Palace. His method was indeed mysterious. It turned out that Huamuzhin went directly to the human city and began to spread the news that Lin Xian had died in Heaven Fire City. At first, everyone did not believe it. Who was Lin Xian? That was Central Emperor. He was the top genius of the younger generation of the human clan. How could anything happen to him? However, the more the news spread, the more it became. It was even described in vivid and colorful ways, making everyone suspicious. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? It was said that he was mercilessly killed by the formation while trying to snatch a peerless treasure. That's not right. Why did I hear that he was instantly killed by a mysterious expert? In short, that kid was really dead. That's right. I remember that outside Sky Flame City I didn't see that kid. Many geniuses from the sacred grounds spoke. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, ever since they entered Heaven Flame City, they had never seen Lin Xian's figure again. This was really suspicious. After all, they had seen Yi Wudao and the other human geniuses. However, Lin Xian still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had really fallen? This news quickly spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked. After all, Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. He was the top genius of the human clan, the hope of the human clan. Now that he had fallen, it was definitely an earth-shattering event. When Gu, Santong, Wu Hua, and the others heard this, they were speechless. They went to find Yi Wudao. However, Yi Wudao was in seclusion and could not see him for the time being. What's going on? Let's ask Immortal Palace first. The two of them went to Immortal Palace, but the protective formation was activated. They did not see Lin Xian either. This made them even more confused. Could it be that Huamuzhin was telling the truth? Many sacred grounds and sects asked Immortal Palace to investigate Lin Xian's situation. However, they were all blocked by the head enforcer. The matter outside was in an uproar. Immortal Palace's people were also discussing it. Peacock and the others were also worried. The head enforcer's face was gloomy. What were these people from Fire Chilin Cave doing? It seemed that the thinking brush was forcing Lin Xian to appear. What were they planning? Could it be that the palace master had really obtained a peerless treasure? The head enforcer did not know. He did not plan to take the initiative to deal with this matter, because he really did not know what Fire Chilin Cave was planning. Everything would wait until Lin Xian came out of seclusion. Immortal Palace activated the Peerless formation and did not see him. The head enforcer was silent. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? News came out one after another. They wanted to go to Immortal Palace to confirm it, but Immortal Palace was silent. Didn't that mean that what Hormuzin and the others said was true? This news seemed to have pierced through the sky and quickly spread to the entire world. In an instant, everyone was discussing this matter. Humph. After Hormuzin received the news, he sneered. Kid, let's see what you're going to do this time. If the other party was still alive, he would definitely come out. If the other party did not come out, it meant that he had really been killed. He only needed to wait patiently. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine emperorage also received the news. The 10,000 ancient races were also discussing. That Lin Xian couldn't have been killed, right? It was possible that Immortal Palace would not respond. Haha, that's really good. That kid is going against the 10,000 ancient races. He's dead for sure now. The 10,000 ancient races were excited, but the people of Divine Emperorage and nest of 10,000 dragons frowned, especially the Flame Dragon King and Feng Inshua. They had entered that mysterious cave. Naturally, they knew that Lin Xian had mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that Hormuzin really thought that Lin Xian's disappearance was related to the disappearance of the Void Divine Furnace? No idea. Forget it. Since Hormuzin had set up this trap, they would just wait patiently. If that kid really came out, there might really be a connection. Feng Inshua sneered. They were all watching silently. At the same time, Yan Nantian and Zhan Wushuang were also secretly watching the world's movements. The outside world was in an uproar, but inside Immortal Palace and Stellar Hall, it was abnormally quiet. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. As he woke up, a huge vortex appeared above Stellar Hall. Countless lightning bolts descended. Lin Xian let out a long roar and rushed out. What was going on? Countless elders rushed over. The martial artists of Immortal Palace also looked up at the sky. The lightning in the sky was too terrifying. It was densely packed as if it wanted to destroy Immortal Palace. Heavens, could it be that someone is attacking us? This is a heavenly tribulation. Someone is breaking through. Cries of surprise and discussion sounded one after another. The great guardian, Li Xuanxian, and the others were the first to appear in the sky. Palace Master. They naturally saw Lin Xian's figure. Don't be nervous. I'm breaking through. Defend the other buildings and the martial artists of Immortal Palace. Lin Xian said, and then disappeared into the void in an instant. The Palace Master was breaking through. Heavens! What realm was he breaking through to? Was there a heavenly tribulation at this time? Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the other experts were stunned in the sky. Chapter 2985. They knew that a normal breakthrough would not trigger a heavenly tribulation, unless it was a critical breakthrough, such as a supremacy entering the king realm or a king entering the sage realm. Perhaps such a breakthrough would happen. However, a breakthrough within the king realm would not trigger a heavenly tribulation. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was the monstrous geniuses. Peerless geniuses, top monstrous geniuses, were too powerful and broke the laws of the world. Therefore, their breakthrough would usually trigger a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation above was extremely terrifying. It lasted for about half a day before it slowly disappeared. Lin Xian landed. Palace Master, are you all right? Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the other elders all flew over. Below, Peacock and the others were also watching nervously. After all, the lightning above was too terrifying. It made their hearts skip a beat. The faces of the kings changed drastically. They could not withstand such violent lightning. However, when they arrived above and saw Lin Xian, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian did not have any injuries on his body. The 9-yang divine body shone so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. The divine fire on it flickered, making their hearts beat wildly. Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others were stunned at first. When they sensed Lin Xian's aura, they were stunned. Palace Master, you? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. That's right, I'm already an invincible king. He was too happy. The red pill that he swallowed previously allowed him to break through from an 8-star king to a 9-star king. Now he had reached the last stage of the king realm, the invincible king. This made Lin Xian wild with joy. He was one step closer to the sage realm. The others were extremely shocked because Lin Xian's real age was not old. In fact, it could be said that he was very young. There were not many invincible kings at this age in history. It would definitely shock the world if word got out. They did not dare to imagine Lin Xian's combat strength. Previously, when Lin Xian was an invincible king, he could easily kill an invincible king. Now that he was an invincible king, wouldn't his strength be heaven-defying? Perhaps ordinary invincible kings would not be a threat to him at all. Boom! Boom! Everyone wanted to ask more questions, but Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked down. Star Palace. A few silhouettes rushed out from inside and directly rushed into the clouds. The lightning tribulation that had disappeared from the sky appeared once again, and this time it was even more terrifying. What was going on? Could it be that someone else was undergoing tribulation? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was invincible. If it wasn't him, then who was it? Could it be? Sure enough, it was the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and even the Snow White Monkey. The 4 of them soared into the sky and entered the lightning. After another half a day, all 4 of them landed. Ha 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 ha! The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly. He had also broken through to the invincible king realm. The dragon blood in his body surged, emitting a peerless aura. He was like a divine dragon, making people look up to him. The Snow White Monkey didn't change much, but its fur became smoother. It blinked its large eyes and came to Lin Xian's shoulder. It jumped around happily. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also flew down. Brother Xian, brother Lin Xian. They came to Lin Xian's side and were very happy because they had also broken through to the invincible king realm. It had to be said that the treasures obtained from the void divine furnace were too shocking and heaven-defying. It allowed everyone to break through. Now, other than the snow-white little marquis, whose realm was unknown, Lin Xian and the other 3 had all broken through to the invincible king realm. For invincible kings, and all of them had experienced the heavenly tribulation. Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others were dumbfounded. The elders were even more dumbfounded. They could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, peerless experts. But this was the first time they had seen so many monsters transcending the tribulation together. This was truly a golden age. There were many geniuses and monsters. This time, the path of the great emperor would be even more difficult. Li Xuanxian sighed. The great guardian came back to his senses and told Lin Xian everything that had happened in the past few days. Lin Xian sneered after hearing this. This Huomuzhen really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to spread rumors that he had died in Sky Flame City. Let's go and meet him. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the snow-white little monkey out of the immortal palace. Before he broke through to the invincible king realm, he was already able to compete with those people. Now that he had broken through, his strength had increased greatly. Those people were no longer his match. According to the information provided by the Great Guardian, Lin Xian and the others quickly flew into the distance. While Lin Xian and the others were looking for Huomuzhen, some heavenly tribulations also descended in other places. Yi family. The golden lightning descended as if it was going to destroy the world, causing the elders and disciples of the Yi family to tremble. The Yi family patriarch's eyes flickered. Was he finally going to transcend the tribulation? And it was the golden lightning. This lightning was too terrifying. It could easily kill an ordinary invincible king. Would Wu Dao be able to withstand it? According to some of the ancestors and saints in the family, the path of the great emperor was about to open. If Wu Dao could break through to the invincible king realm before it opened, it would definitely be a great thing. Half a day later, Wu Dao came out. Her sacred blood was surging, and her sacred body was like the sun. Furthermore, the aura emitted from her body astonished those elders. Invincible King Realm. Their sacred bodies had finally broken through to the invincible King Realm. On the other side, the Alcade Saint, Wu Qin, and some other powerful young geniuses were all transcending the tribulation to break through to the invincible King Realm. Those sacred leaders and sect masters knew that a golden age was about to descend. In the sky, a few streams of light streaked across. They were extremely powerful. They brought with them invisible waves of air that surged in all directions. Who was it? So powerful. When they passed by some cities, many people exclaimed. The older generation raised their heads and used their eye techniques to observe. They were scared out of their wits. That kid came out. Wasn't he dead? What kind of person was an elder? Why was he so arrogant? Grandpa, what did you see? Those young disciples asked. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian came out. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that dead kid? Those young disciples were dumbfounded. Lin Xian and the others passed by domineeringly. They did not take the black earth, but flew directly in the air, bringing with them powerful air waves. After all, Lin Xian came out this time to dispel the rumors. He wanted to prove to everyone that he did not die in Skyfire City. Therefore, he naturally had to be more domineering. As expected, when they passed by the cities, the experts in the cities all checked and were scared out of their wits. News spread out from these cities. Lin Xian was not dead. Lin Xian had appeared. Golden Universe City. At this moment, the city was excited. They received news from their friends, fellow disciples, and even their families. They screamed. Lin Xian was not dead. Heavens! Someone saw Lin Xian come out. He had already flown past a good city. Everyone screamed, and the news quickly spread to every corner of the city. Chapter 2986. There was a magnificent hall in the city, and no one dared to enter it. That was where the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto were. At that moment, the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto rushed in. Seventh generation, this is bad. He rushed in. Inside the hall, Huomuzhen opened his eyes and frowned. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Lin Xian, that Lin Xian came out. Many people saw him. What did you say? Huomuzhen suddenly stood up. The flames on his body surged into the sky, piercing through the void. That kid came out? Damn it, he's still alive. Huomuzhen burst out with a piercing cold light. Where is he? Bring me there. His figure flashed, and he left the hall. The other prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto also followed. This kid is actually alive. Could it be that he's related to the Void Divine Furnace? He must have contacted a super sage and stolen the Void Divine Furnace. Kill him, no, capture him and bring him back to the Fire Qilin Grotto. We must make him hand over the Void Divine Furnace. We must tear this kid into pieces. The prodigies were driven mad. Huomuzhen was even more murderous as he took the lead. After coming out, his gaze swept across the surroundings. With a suction force from his palm, 7 or 8 human warriors were instantly sucked in front of him. What are you trying to do? The warriors of the human race were trembling in fear. Huomuzhen was extremely powerful. He was the 7th generation. It was said that his ancient power was at 50,000. It was very easy for such a person to kill an invincible king, let alone them. Huomuzhen did not waste any time and directly collected their souls. Immediately, the bodies of these human warriors exploded. Their souls were distorted and dissipated in midair. Huomuzhen did not care about this. He retracted his palm and burned the corpses to ashes. The next moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, you can't escape. Boom! He soared into the sky and tore through the void. Behind him, countless prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto followed. The other warriors in the city trembled. The other party's methods were too powerful. Even the invincible king's faces turned pale. Damn it, this demon is finally gone. Many young warriors lay on the ground, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. However, the invincible kings and the older generation experts had solemn expressions. He was searching her soul. What was he searching for? Damn it, he was collecting information on Lin Xian. Could it be that he was going to attack Lin Xian? Let's go. Let's follow them and take a look. These people soared into the air, and at the same time, they quickly sent messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and family clans. After all, the 7th generation lord of the Fire Qilin Cave wanted to make a move against Lin Xian. This was a world-shaking event. The last time such a shocking battle occurred was when Lin Xian fought against the 10th generation by Qianshan. At that time, Bai Qianshan was only a 10th generation Bai Qianshan. The heavens chosen from the human clan were so oppressive that they could hardly breathe. Now, the 7th generation of the Fire Qilin Cave had appeared. This was a terrifying existence that was many times more terrifying than Bai Qianshan. If such a person wanted to target Lin Xian, would Lin Xian still be able to survive? These people didn't know. They began to worry about Lin Xian. This Lin Xian shouldn't have appeared. They didn't expect that he would be hunted down by a top heavens chosen from the Archean era. It would be difficult for him to resist. That was for sure. Lin Xian had killed Bai Qianshan a few months ago. At that time, he had won with great difficulty. Bai Qianshan had 38,000 units of Archean era power, while Lin Xian only had 40,000 units at most. However, Humujin had a conservative estimate of 50,000 units of Archean era power. There was a difference of 10,000 units of Archean era power between the two sides. This was a gap between heaven and earth. Humujin could probably kill Lin Xian easily. Damn it, was the Fire Qilin Caves chosen so powerful? Were the 10,000 ancient races so terrifying? Could it be that the human clan really couldn't resist them? After all, they were the descendants of the great emperors. Moreover, they had been passed down since ancient times. Sighs and shakes of heads could be heard. They sped up and quickly followed. At this moment, the cultivators in the other cities also received the news. Many people soared into the sky to witness this battle. It was even more so for the 10,000 ancient races. Among them, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also received the news. It was the same for the Battle Tribe and the Heavenly Human Tribe. In an instant, these Archean eras chosen moved out one after another. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Zhan Wushuang, and the others arrived in a domineering manner. They would definitely not allow the Fire Qilin Cave to go to Lin Xian alone. Lin Xian might very well have the secret of the Void Divine Furnace, so they naturally wanted a share of the profits. This kid's strength is about the same as mine, but if we are serious and use our trump cards, we can definitely kill this kid. Moreover, if we join forces this time, that kid won't be able to escape. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others discussed. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. I must take revenge. Last time, he lost to Lin Xian due to carelessness. This time he would use his ultimate trump card to kill his opponent. The mountains were like dragons, majestic and spectacular. In the sky, Lin Xian and the others were flying rapidly. Suddenly, he frowned and waved his hand to stop. What's wrong, big brother Lin Xian? Xun Jingqiu, Murong Qingcheng, and the others were puzzled. The crimson dragon waved its claws. Damn it, no one is coming, right? That's right, they didn't expect to come so quickly. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like these people had been paying attention to him all along. Great, is it those people from the Fire Qilin Cave? Great. Ben Huang can't help but want to make a move. The crimson dragon grinned. He had already broken through to the invincible king realm, and his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Not to mention him, Morong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also the same. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. This kid's primordial power was probably so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Sure enough, Morong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also eager to give it a try. Then he would wait for them here. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Not long after, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the front, and monstrous waves of fire surged over. In fact, there were even terrifying roars. Countless monsters prostrated themselves on the ground below. A large area of the forest trembled, and large cracks appeared in the void and the ground. What a terrifying scene! If it were before, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu would definitely be moved and their expressions would change drastically. But now, they were also incomparably calm because their strength had greatly increased. Lin Xian looked at the scene calmly. He was expressionless. At the same time, he sensed that there were countless auras flying over not only in front of him, but also in all directions. They should be other people. Sure enough, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They did not dare to approach and could only watch from afar. However, with their strength, they could see clearly even from tens of thousands of miles away. If a great battle broke out, they could even use the array formation and retreat 1,000,000 miles away to watch the battle. However, in their opinion, the array formation was not needed at all. That was because Lin Xian and the others were no match for Huomuzhen. In fact, they could not even withstand a single move from Huomuzhen. Was that really Lin Xian? The surrounding people looked at Lin Xian and discussed animatedly. Chapter 2987. Even the dragon beside him was there, as well as Saint Lady Xixia and the Jade Lake Saint. Everyone exclaimed. This time, these two peerless beauties would probably suffer together with this kid. Who would have thought that the top genius of the human race would be hunted down by the 7th generation lord? Perhaps Saint Lady Xixia and the Jade Lake Saint would not have thought of that. This was fate. In this era, one must not provoke the 10,000 Archean races, especially the 3 Archean royal families. They were supreme existences. Even the clan of the ancients did not dare to provoke them easily. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They thought that Lin Xian would not be able to escape today. Huomuzhen and the others appeared in front of him. They stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, it's really you." Huomuzhen's expression was ferocious, and the Fire Qilin Cave's geniuses behind him laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. Kid, I didn't expect you to really appear. You're still alive. The heavens are really helping me. Kneel down obediently and tell me, did you steal the void divine furnace with the saints?" Angry roars sounded one after another. When the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. Void divine furnace, what was that? From the looks of it, Lin Xian seemed to have obtained something incredible in Skyfire City. No wonder the Fire Qilin Cave's geniuses were chasing after him. "Kid, tell me obediently, where is the void divine path? Hand it over obediently. I can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. And the dragon beside you, as well as these 2 women, none of them will live. If I tell you the whereabouts of the void divine furnace, you'll give me a quick death." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently, "That's right, kid. As long as you hand it over obediently, I promise to give you a quick death. I can even consider letting the 2 women beside you go." Huomuzhen revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, the other party must be afraid. In fact, thinking about it, the Fire Qilin Cave was so powerful. No matter how strong the other party was, how could the Immortal Palace contend against them? "If you tell me, I can protect your life and spare your life." At this moment, another cold voice came from the sky, followed by countless dragon roars. The people from the nest of 10,000 dragons had arrived. Huomuzhen's face turned gloomy. Damn it, these guys just won't leave. The Fire Dragon King landed and stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, I guarantee that you will not die. You're actually here too? Today is really a good day. On the other side, a delicate laugh sounded. The void around Morong Chingching shattered as he was enveloped by a powerful force. The crowd was in an uproar and trembled. How could someone target Morong Chingching? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the people from Divine Phoenix Ridge had arrived. As expected, Feng Yingxue led the people of the Divine Phoenix Ridge and arrived in an imposing manner. Feng Yingxue stared at Morong Chingching with her beautiful eyes. Her body could not help but tremble. That was a sign of excitement. Morong Chingching's little face was cold. She snorted coldly, and endless multicolored light blossomed from her body, forming an illusion of a phoenix to block the restrictive power. Stop struggling. You can't escape from my grasp. I must take you away today. Brat, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This time, I will kill you with my own hands. Another powerful aura descended, causing one's scalp to tingle. Zhan Wushuang, the #1 genius of the war tribe. He actually came out too. Everyone was terrified. They knew that Zhan Wushuang and Lin Xian were enemies. It seemed that this time, Zhan Wushuang was going to make a move. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Loser, you're not worthy to be my opponent. What, loser? Everyone was stunned. Heavens, this Lin Xian really dared to say that. That's right. How terrifying is Zhan Wushuang? He should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Fire Dragon King and the 7th Generation Lord. But this Lin Xian actually said that he's a loser? Is he dreaming? The experts of the older generation were also in disbelief. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. Brat, don't be arrogant. I was careless last time. That's why you succeeded. This time, I will definitely not lose to you. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. A domineering aura burst out. When these words entered the ears of the others, it was like a clap of thunder. Zhan Wushuang was really defeated. Defeated by Lin Xian. How strong is this brat? As expected of the Central Emperor. He's really too strong. Has he already displayed such strength? If he becomes a sage, he'll definitely be heaven-defying. Don't say that. Don't forget how terrifying the great success Divine Body was back then, that was able to defeat the 10,000 Archean tribes. Everyone recalled the scene when Lin Xian entered the great success Divine Body and fought against the 10,000 Archean tribes alone. Just thinking about it made them excited. A bunch of trash. What great success Divine Body. It's so difficult to attain a great success Divine Body. How could this brat succeed? Even if he has the 9-yang Divine Body, he's still trash if he can't grow. King Zhan Wushuang looked around, his gaze piercing through the void. The surrounding experts were so frightened that they trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to speak anymore. Seeing that Zhan Wushuang and Feng Yingxue were about to make a move, Huomuzhen shouted coldly, "Stop! Fire Qilin Cave will handle this." He stood out directly, his body emitting a cold aura. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently accept your death, or be captured by me and tortured until you wish you were dead." Lin Xian was an important witness. He wouldn't let such a person fall into the hands of the Divine Phoenix Ridge or the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had to make the first move. Lin Xian looked at him and grinned with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Damn you, what are you laughing at?" Huomuzhen's face immediately darkened. "How dare you laugh at me when I'm about to die?" Lin Xian said with a smile, "I'm thinking whether Qilin meat tastes good or not. I haven't tasted it yet. You're courting death." Huomuzhen was instantly enraged. "You want to eat my meat? You're courting death. Brat, don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you can defeat Zhan Wushuang. Let me tell you, my strength has surpassed Zhan Wushuang. It's very easy to kill you." Hearing this, Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. The kings of the human race trembled. Indeed, Huomuzhen had such strength that he could look down on Lin Xian. Buzz! Qilin finger. Huomuzhen put one hand behind his back and extended the other. On the tip of his finger, endless runes condensed to form a qilin. Accompanying his finger, it pointed forward. I can kill you with one finger. Qilin finger. The Qilin cave's great ability was extremely terrifying. With one finger, the heavens and earth would collapse and the sun and moon would lose their light. The martial artists who were watching the battle trembled, and many of them knelt down. It was too terrifying. It could easily kill an invincible king. I wonder if that Lin Xian can block it? He probably can't block it. Only by dodging can he survive. Kill me with one finger? You're really arrogant. Lin Xian smiled with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 2988. He was no longer the same person he was a few months ago. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Since the other party was so arrogant and courting death, he would fulfill his wish. A piercing cold light burst out from his eyes as endless flames condensed at his fingertips and turned into a sword qi that shot into the sky. The sword qi was sharp and oppressive as it tore through the void with a terrifying dragon soul aura. Boom! 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 In the sky, the Qilin phantom was split apart by the sword, and the flames in the sky were extinguished by the sword qi. The terrifying sword Dao aura blew on Huomuzhen's body, causing his entire body to turn cold. Damn it, this was impossible. Huomuzhen's pupils constricted. How could the other party's sword qi be so powerful? How could it break his Qilin finger? He could not believe it. However, while he was in a daze, the sword slashed directly on his body. Splat! Blood splattered out. Bang! 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 Huomuzhen flew out 30,000 miles before stopping. There was a sword mark on his body that had almost split his body apart. Even his internal organs could be seen. If not for the fact that Huomuzhen was the Fire Spirit Grotto Sky Pride and had a strong physique, he reckoned that this sword strike would be able to split him in half. How was this possible? Huomuzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, the other party could only contend with Zhan Wushuang, but his strength was completely above Zhan Wushuang's. It would be very easy for him to kill the other party. That was why he dared to crush the other party with one finger. But now, the other party's casual sword light had broken his Qilin finger. Not only that, but he had also injured him. Could it be that the other party had hidden his strength when he was fighting with Zhan Wushuang? But that was impossible. He could not believe it. For a moment he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone around was also stunned. The Sky Prides of the Fire Qilin Grotto widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinshue's pupils constricted. Zhan Wushuang's body trembled, and his heart was filled with shock. This was impossible. He screamed. The surrounding humans and 10,000 Archean race spectators were all stunned. Lin Xian had injured Huomuzhen with one sword strike. What kind of joke was this? This is your strength? You want to kill me with this kind of strength? You want me to live a life worse than death? Isn't this a little too laughable? Lin Xian withdrew his sword radiance and said indifferently, Damn brat, you're courting death. Huomuzhen roared and charged forward. His speed was extremely fast, and the flames on his body were monstrous. He was angry, really angry. He would never let the other party off. Wang. Above his head, the bronze pagoda appeared. Its aura was majestic, and it transformed into countless runes that formed a divine chain that swept towards Lin Xian. Should we use our weapons? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he drew his Fire Qilin sword and slashed out. Boom! Boom! As soon as the sword light appeared, countless divine chains were immediately shattered. However, this bronze pagoda was not ordinary. The runes on it were carved by a saint. At this moment, as it flickered, it truly possessed earth-shattering energy. Although many of the divine runic chains were broken, even more of them flew out and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Huamuzhen sneered when he saw that it had enveloped Lin Xian. Those from the Fire Qilin cave heaved a sigh of relief. They knew it. How could Lin Xian defeat their 7th-generation lord? The 7th-generation lord must have underestimated Lin Xian. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Zhan Wushuang, and the surrounding experts of the immemorial celestial race looked solemn. Was the previous attack careless, or was it a coincidence? Or was Lin Xian too powerful? They should be able to find out soon. Do you think you can trap me? Lin Xian was imprisoned in the void, but he was not afraid at all. He was not worried at all. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The power of my bronze pagoda is not something you can imagine. I'll show you what it's like next. Huamuzhen sneered and formed a seal with his palms, channeling those mysterious runes. Turn into ashes. Those runes erupted with unparalleled power, and countless Qilin shadows flickered. A terrifying flame burst out and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to burn him to ashes. This was a flame carved by a saint. It was absolutely terrifying. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. Lin Xian sneered. Light bloomed from his body, and endless divine flames danced. Along with the great dragon sword soul, it turned into sword qi and rushed into the sky. At this moment he was like a sun, blooming with thousands of rays of light. Boom! Boom! All of the runic flames were torn apart, and the cage was torn apart. It was completely shattered. How was this possible? The people from the Fire Qilin cave were stunned, and Huamuzhen was even more dumbstruck. The surrounding people were all terrified. What kind of sword technique was this? It was too powerful. Feng Yinxue, the Fire Dragon King, and Zhan Wushuang were all stunned. Lin Xian was very powerful, and he punched the fragments. Lin Xian walked out forcefully. Your attack is really not that good. Next, I'll show you my sword technique. Accompanying his voice, the sword qi on his body was like a rainbow, rushing into the sky and illuminating a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Everyone trembled under the sword light. The invincible kings were even more horrified, and many of the archaic creatures knelt on the ground. Damn it, this aura! Feng Yinxue and the Fire Dragon King's expressions finally changed. Huamuzhen screamed, "An invincible king! You actually broke through and became an invincible king." They were stunned. Zhan Wushuang's pupils constricted. How was this possible? The other party had broken through. When he fought with the other party previously, although the other party was powerful, he was only an 8-star king. It had only been a few months, and the other party had broken through and become an invincible king. This was too unbelievable. When the others heard this, they screamed in surprise. An invincible king. Heavens! This kid broke through and became an invincible king. His real age was very young. An invincible king who was dozens of years old. Was this kid going to defy the heavens? These people were crazy. This was definitely a monster. Damn it, impossible. You must have obtained the void divine furnace. I'm going to kill you. Huamuzhen screamed crazily. The bloodline power in his body surged, burning fiercely with the flames on his body. The green pagoda above his head received the power of the bloodline power, and its power instantly increased, sweeping in all directions. So what if you're an invincible king? I've been an invincible king for a long time. With my blood running through your veins, you can go to hell. Huamuzhen roared crazily. The other party's strength and talent were indeed beyond his imagination. Therefore, he planned to destroy the other party's physical body and take away the other party's soul. He would not give the other party a chance to grow. Just as Huamuzhen made his move, Feng Yinxue also yelled and attacked Morong Qingqing unexpectedly. She knew that she had to attack. Otherwise, when Lin Xian was free, she would not be able to attack Morong Qingqing. The shadow of a phoenix turned into a divine light and enveloped Morong Qingqing. Chapter 2989. Morong Qingqing shouted, Instead of dodging, she charged forward. She was now an invincible king, and her strength had increased greatly. The five-colored phoenix bloodline in her body had become more powerful than before. Therefore, she was not afraid even when facing a powerful ninth-generation genius like Feng Yinxue. Hee, I'll play with you. The Crimson Dragon stared at the Fire Dragon King and revealed a sinister smile. He had been itching to attack for a long time. The Fire Dragon King snorted coldly. You're no match for me. I'll capture you and take your soul. I'll see what kind of dragon you are. 2 more battles broke out, sweeping across millions of miles, scaring everyone into retreating frantically. Many experts watched from a distance, using arrays. Huomuzhen revealed a sinister smile. Your woman has been captured by the people of Divine Phoenix Ridge. Aren't you worried at all? He was too happy. Feng Yinxue was now facing Morong Qingsheng, and he could definitely affect the kid in front of him. As long as the kid was distracted, he would have a chance to kill him. However, he was disappointed. Lin Xian did not care at all. My woman isn't that easy to capture. Now, you'd better think about your own safety, because you've completely angered me. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. The dragon's sword soul roared, and a terrifying aura erupted again. How dare you underestimate me? Huomuzhen roared. After using the power of his bloodline, his strength was extremely powerful. He activated the bronze pagoda and flew out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the fire Qilin sword and activated the dragon's sword soul, multiplying its power. He sent the bronze pagoda flying with one slash. Buzz! He clenched his left hand into a golden crow and punched out. The void exploded, and Huomuzhen was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on his body. Impossible! He screamed crazily. How could his opponent be so powerful? He had completely suppressed him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. The people of Fire Qilin Cave screamed. Their 7th-generation master was injured. His body was shattered by his opponent. Heavens, this was a fact that they dared not accept even in their dreams. Their lord of the 7th generation was so powerful that he was invincible among the human race. But now he was actually injured by an ant in their eyes. This was unacceptable to them. Damn it! How could this brat be so strong? Zhan Wushuang's body started to tremble, and his face was filled with shock. Previously, when he came, he still wanted to take revenge. But now he hesitated, because he realized that the other party had become very strong, unbelievably strong. He knew how powerful Huomuzhen was. Even he didn't have the confidence to win against him. But now he had easily injured Huomuzhen. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he were to be beaten by such strength. However, this shouldn't be the case. The last time he had fought with him was a few months ago. Although the other party had defeated him, he could tell that the other party had used his full strength. How could the other party's strength increase so quickly? What had she experienced in the past few months? Damn it! He didn't believe that someone could undergo such a tremendous change in strength in such a short period of time, unless he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. However, he had always been with the other party in Skyflame City. In that mysterious cave, he had only obtained 1/6 of the Skyflame. The other party didn't seem to have obtained anything. Wait, no, the other party had mysteriously disappeared. The Void Divine Furnace had also mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that the other party had really obtained the Void Divine Furnace? Thinking of this, Zhan Wushuang's scalp went numb and his eyes turned red. Yan Nantian had once forcefully opened the Void Divine Furnace, although they didn't see how many treasures were inside. However, when a red elixir floated up, it caused all of them to cry out in surprise. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the Void Divine Furnace. If the other party had obtained it, perhaps his strength would really undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. It seemed that he had to make a move. With a whoosh, he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged toward Lin Xian. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. With a sinister smile, Zhan Wushuang pulled out a battle sword and directly slashed toward Lin Xian's head. The sword light flashed and emitted a terrifying aura. Oh no, it was a sneak attack. The surrounding people screamed in horror. Even the 10,000 Archean race was stunned. Then they laughed sinisterly. It seemed that this kid had offended a lot of people. Who would have thought that even Zhan Wushuang would launch a sneak attack? So what? This kid is dead meat. Damn it, so despicable. The #1 genius of the war tribe actually launched a sneak attack. Lin Xian's supporters roared crazily. Zhan Wushuang's face turned gloomy. The other party was too powerful. He had to kill the other party at all costs and obtain the secret of the void divine furnace. Humph! Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He naturally felt the peerless killing intent coming from behind him. When he felt that Zhan Wushuang had secretly attacked him, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body flickered and exploded in all directions. It turned into streaks of sword light that were like heavenly swords that drowned the entire space. Clang! The peerless sword light blocked Zhan Wushuang's battle sword and let out an earth-shattering sound. Zhan Wushuang was extremely shocked. The other party did not move. Just the sword qi that was emitted from his body had such terrifying power. Even his arm was numb. This made the killing intent in his heart even more intense. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you can go to hell. Zhan Wushuang sneered. On the battle sword, mysterious and terrifying runes burst out and swept across heaven and earth. Lin Xian turned around and shouted coldly, "You think you can kill me with your trash abilities? Trash who launched a sneak attack, go to hell!" He shouted coldly and pulled out the fire Qilin sword. The dragon's sword soul in his body roared crazily. With a slash of the sword, Zhan Wushuang was sent flying with a bang. The arm that was holding the battle sword was torn into pieces and exploded into a mist of blood. Ah! Zhan Wushuang screamed crazily. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes shot out terrifying rays of light. Shocking! He could not believe that the other party had seriously injured him with a single attack. What kind of power was that? Huimuzhen, attack together and take him down. Zhan Wushuang's arm reassembled and held the battle sword again. He roared crazily. On the other side, the cracks on Huimuzhen's body were quickly healing as his bloodline power burst out. Although 2 against 1 was despicable in his eyes, he had no other choice now. His opponent's strength was far beyond his. If they did not join forces, he would be killed. This kid must have the secret of the great void divine furnace. Perhaps he had eaten the elixir from the great void divine furnace. That was why his strength had such a shocking change. We must capture him and find out the whereabouts of the great void divine furnace. Zhan Wushuang's voice was cold. On the other side, Huimuzhen's body was covered in flames. With a sinister smile, the 2 of them were ready to attack together. Chapter 2990. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yunxue roared. They would not let the 2 of them succeed. However, the 2 of them could not leave at all. The Crimson Dragon was entangled with the Fire Dragon King. On the other side, Feng Yunxue was even more shocked. She realized that she could not take down Murong Qingcheng in a short period of time. This really surprised her. Murong Qingcheng, the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, was also a genius of the human race. However, in her eyes, she was just an ant. Although the other party had the 5-colored phoenix bloodline, he did not know how to use it at all. He only knew how to use brute force and did not have any cultivation techniques at all. Such a bloodline would be a waste in the other party's hands. The other party had at most 30,000 Archean power, but she had 50,000. If she wanted to kill him, she could do it in one move. However, She could not do anything to him after hundreds of moves. Damn it! How did the other party's strength undergo such a huge change? She did not dare to imagine. In front, Lin Xian looked at Huomuzhen and Zhan Wushuang, still not afraid. He said coldly, "Are the two of you really going to join forces to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or don't blame me for being merciless." "You want us to get lost? Ha 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 ha, kid, who do you think you are? I admit that you've become very strong. We might not be your match in a one-on-one fight, but if we join forces, you won't be able to resist at all." Huomuzhen's face was hideous, and Zhan Wushuang's face was cold. "Hand over the void divine furnace obediently, or I'll tear you into pieces. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the aura on his body erupted, transforming into divine swords that shook heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura made everyone's expression change. Countless archean creatures prostrated on the ground. "You're courting death." Huomuzhen shouted coldly and pulled out a flag. The Qilin flag moved in air, and the wind and clouds changed. "Kill!" Zhan Wushuang held his battle sword with murderous intent. When the two of them joined forces, their power was terrifying to the extreme. He waved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, which transformed into a flaming sword radiance that descended from the sky. It was as if 100,000 flaming mountains were crashing down. With a loud bang, the Qilin phantoms that filled the sky were blown away. At the same time, he waved his fist and used the Nine Suns' divine fist to attack behind him, causing the battle sword to tremble. The three of them exchanged more than 50 moves in an instant. The heavens and earth within a radius of 1,000,000 li crumbled as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone left. "Damn it, this brat is actually so terrifying." Huomuzhen's face darkened. He realized that even with the two of them working together, they were still unable to take down the other party. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the Qilin flag. Whoa! The banner was surrounded by a boundless blood-red light, burning and releasing an even more terrifying, baleful aura. The Kirin flag transformed into a blood Kirin in the air. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was a powerful killing move. It was extremely terrifying, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Behind him, Zhan Wushuang let out a long cry. His bloodline power was also activated. Dazzling runes burst out from the sword in his hand. They turned into streaks of divine light that slashed forward. He slashed out 81 times in a row. The 81 streaks of sword qi formed a sea of sword qi that engulfed Lin Xian. The two killing moves erupted at the same time. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dangerous situation. Oh no, that brat is finished. He won't be destroyed, right? In the distance, thousands of miles away, the cultivators who were watching through the formation screamed in horror. The people from the 10,000 Archean races sneered. Who does he think he is? Can he really defy the heavens? Today is the day he dies. With a loud bang, the energy in front of them exploded, and everything within a radius of 1,000,000 li was turned into nothingness. The terrifying fissures danced like wild dragons. Ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. Huomuzhen and Zhan Wushuang looked ferocious. What? In the next moment, their expressions changed because a palm reached out from the endless void and directly tore the void apart. Lin Xian's body bloomed with divine light as he walked out. Is this your attack? It's only SO. His 9 suns body emitted billions of rays of light, and the fire Qilin sword in his hand turned into a peerless dragon that swept in all directions. Damn it! Just how strong is his physique? Could it be that his 9 suns' divine body has become stronger again? These people were about to go crazy. Big brother Lin Xian, let me help you. In the distance, Shen Jingqiu could no longer watch. These two were too despicable. 2 against 1, too despicable. Moreover, he had just broken through, so he naturally wanted to test his skills. Therefore, she quickly flew over. Holy Maiden Xixia! When the people in the distance saw this scene, they exclaimed. Although the other party was a human prodigy, he was still a little lacking compared to these top ancient prodigies. It wasn't just a little lacking, it was estimated to be 20,000 units of Archean power. A single glance from the other party would be enough to kill him. Everyone began to worry for Xin Jingqiu. Sure enough, Zhan Wushuang turned his head and stared at Xin Jingqiu with a sneer. You reckless fool, go to hell for me. The battle sword swept out, transforming into a divine light that slashed out. He was already very unhappy because the two of them together could not defeat Lin Xian. Now that the woman beside Lin Xian had taken the initiative to court death, he naturally would not show mercy. Purple Qi from the east. Xin Jingqiu did not dodge at all. Instead, she let out a delicate shout and countless purple qi spread out from her body, transforming into two large purple palms. With a mysterious aura, they fiercely slapped forward. With a boom, the sword light was sent flying. At the same time, she used her extreme speed to arrive in front of Zhan Wushuang. Big baddie, I'll beat you up. With a bang, she sent Zhan Wushuang flying. Bang! Half of Zhan Wushuang's face was deformed, and his eyes turned into panda eyes that kept bleeding. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he tore through the void and finally came to a stop. Ah, damn it, he screamed crazily. How could a little girl be so powerful? He did not dare to imagine. The humans and primordial creatures outside were all stunned. Heavens, what's going on? How could this holy daughter Xixia be so powerful? She can actually injure Zhan Wushuang with one punch. How did she do it? It's not just that. Didn't you see that Morong Qingqing could also contend with Feng Yunxue? Screams of surprise rang out one after another. Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Xian had become, the woman and the dragon beside Lin Xian had become very terrifying. What have these people experienced? Void Divine Furnace. They must have obtained the Void Divine Furnace. Damn it, they ate the immortal pills in the Void Divine Furnace. Feng Yunxue screamed crazily. The Fire Dragon King's face was also gloomy. Huamuzhen and Zhan Wushuang's faces were even uglier. They had to obtain the Void Divine Furnace. Big brother Lin Xian, I'll help you beat this big baddie. Shen Jingqiu stared at Zhan Wushuang. All right. Lin Xian revealed a smile. He stared at Zhan Wushuang. Huamuzhen, don't you like to win with numbers? Today, I'll let you have a taste of winning with numbers. Chapter 2991. As he said that, he pulled the snow-white monkey out of the black earth. Little White was very dissatisfied. He yawned as if he did not care about the battle there. Lin Xian said with a smile, help me beat him up, and I'll refine some supreme-grade spirit wine for you. Hearing that, the snow-white monkey became energetic. Apart from eating spirit fruits, the snow-white monkey liked to drink the spirit wine brewed by Lin Xian the most. The taste made him forget to leave. Oh, the snow-white monkey jumped out and waved his little claws. He looked at Huamuzhen with disdain. Huamuzhen was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! How dare a monkey be so arrogant in front of me? He waved the Qilin flag, which transformed into a blood-red, murderous aura that swept towards the snow-white monkey. Die, you damned monkey! Any casual attack could easily kill King Invincible. However, the snow-white monkey bared his teeth and revealed a disdainful expression. His body instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Huamuzhen at extreme speed. Damn it, what speed? Huamuzhen's pupils constricted. He did not even see the other party clearly. How did the other party appear in front of him? There's something wrong with this monkey. Soon he became disdainful. Kneel down in front of me. He used the power of his bloodline. He was a member of the royal family. Moreover, he was the 7th generation of the Qilin bloodline. The other party would definitely not be able to withstand that pressure. However, this time he was disappointed again. The terrifying pressure made the creatures millions of miles away crawl on the ground. However, the snow-white monkey in front of him bared his teeth and was not affected at all. Damn it, how is that possible? Why doesn't my pressure have any effect on him? Is he a monkey or not? Huomuzhin was about to go crazy. However, in the next moment, he fainted. The snow-white monkey slapped him on the head, and Huomuzhin immediately saw stars. He felt that he was in a special state, as if he was drunk and his body was out of control. Damn it! How can that damned monkey's divine power be so terrifying? Huomuzhin was shocked. In the next moment, he screamed in fear. That was because a sword light was flying toward him. A sword light streaked across the sky and enveloped him. With a slash, he was cut in half. This pain instantly made Huomuzhin recover. In the next moment, he screamed as if he had gone mad. The two shattered corpses quickly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. 7th generation Darren. Those prodigies of the Fire Chilin cave had all gone mad. The other party had actually killed their 7th generation lord with a single strike. They couldn't believe it. Huomuzhin's body was barely able to fuse together. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Hurt you? Today I will kill you. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Together with the snow-white monkey, the two of them quickly killed their way over. That damnable brat was going too far. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Huomuzhin roared in a frenzy, but his heart was filled with fear. What was going on? The monkey beside the other party was too strange. It was not afraid of his bloodline pressure. Moreover, it could make him dizzy with a slap of its claws. How were they supposed to fight? If he were to receive another claw, he reckoned that the other party would be able to slash him in half again. Therefore, Huomuzhin decided to leave. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Although Zhan Wushuang was furious, he was actually on par with Xin Jingqiu. In addition, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue were both pinned down. He had no confidence in facing Lin Xian and the white monkey alone. Therefore, in the next moment, he tore through the void, took the Qilin flag, and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. What? Huomuzhin escaped. Huomuzhin actually escaped. Heavens, how was that possible? The human warriors were all stunned. Huomuzhin was so powerful that they could not breathe under the pressure of 50,000 Archean powers. They could only tremble in front of him. But now, such a strong person had actually escaped. The prodigies of the Fire Chilin cave all fainted. They fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. Their 7th generation lord had escaped. Did they still dare to stay here? In the next moment, they fled one after another. Lin Xian ignored those ordinary prodigies of the Fire Chilin cave. Instead, he locked onto Huomuzhin. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. You want to escape? Can you escape? The other party was powerful and wanted to kill him. Now that he realized that he could not beat him, he wanted to escape? What a joke! He did not chase after him. Instead, his eyes shone with a cold light. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. With a boom, an endless flame vortex condensed in the sky, transforming into a golden palm of flame that slapped down from the sky. The palm slapped Huomuzhin's body and sent him flying. With a bang, the endless void shattered. Huomuzhin was once again beaten until he vomited blood. He landed heavily on the ground, shattering hundreds of thousands of miles of land. What a terrifying divine ability! The spectators in the distance exclaimed. Zhan Wushuang, Fire Dragon King, and Feng Yingxue's eyelids twitched wildly. Ancient Chaos Hand. They remembered that move. It was Yan Nantian's divine ability. Could it be that Yan Nantian secretly killed Huomuzhin? Huomuzhin jumped up crazily. Damn, Yan Nantian, how dare you trick me? However, after roaring for a long time, Yan Nantian did not appear at all. No, it's not Yan Nantian. It's you. You evolved it with the dragon sword soul. Huamuzhen was so angry that his entire body trembled. Do you think you can escape in front of me? Lin Xian sneered. Huamuzhen roared angrily. Damn brat, how dare you stop me? Don't think that you can kill me just because you can beat me. Let me tell you, you're too naive if you want to kill me. I don't want to fight you now. If you force me, I'll let you know the consequences of dying together with me. Huamuzhen was trembling with anger. Lin Xian sneered. Dying together with me? You think too highly of yourself. In front of me, you don't have the right to die together with me. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a dragon appeared under his feet. It carried him and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, the fire Qilin sword in his hand swung wildly. In the sky, the golden hand appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Stop, stop! Huamuzhen was being slaughtered like a chicken. His body shattered again. He was really scared. He screamed crazily. Damn it, stop! I don't want the void divine furnace anymore. You don't want the void divine furnace anymore? Do you think you have the right to want it? Lin Xian sneered. After fighting for a while, Huamuzhen screamed crazily. Stop, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have come to kill you. I'll compensate you with 2 half-step sacred artifacts. How about that? 3 half-step sacred artifacts? That's a big deal. Very well, I'll accept it. However, you still have to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He did not want to let Huamuzhen go. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. When Huamuzhen heard that, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He began to burn his bloodline power and rushed forward crazily. At this moment, he directly transformed into his Qilin form. He ran in all directions like a divine beast. It was too terrifying. The spectators, a million miles away, trembled. After Huamuzhen transformed into his true form, his strength became stronger again. Chapter 2992. Do you think you can fight me by burning your bloodline power? I only need 1 finger to kill you. With 1 hand behind his back, Lin Xian extended a finger with his other hand and pointed forward. It was a familiar scene. When Huamuzhen first arrived, he was so arrogant that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with 1 finger. Now, Lin Xian was using the same method to kill him. It was the best counterattack. You're courting death. Who do you think you are? You want to kill me with 1 finger? Huamuzhen roared and rushed over. Lin Xian snorted and the dragon's sword soul flew out. It turned into an azure dragon on his fingertip and let out a loud dragon roar. Green Dragon Finger. It was a divine ability that he had developed by imitating the Qilin finger. With 1 finger, it was earth-shattering. It was equivalent to sending out the dragon's sword soul. No, damn it. When Huamuzhen got closer, he realized how terrifying the finger was. His expression changed instantly and he stopped attacking. Instead, he ran away like a madman. At this moment, he burned his bloodline power with all his might. However, he fainted again with a bang. The snow-white monkey slapped him, causing him to be stunned in the void. Buzz! The green dragon finger pierced through his head. With a boom, Huamuzhen exploded like a watermelon. His soul screamed and tried to escape, but it was also destroyed by the finger. Boom! The headless Qilin corpse fell to the ground with an earth-shattering sound and dust. Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. He's dead. The terrifying sky pride of the fire Qilin cave, the 7th master, was killed. They could not believe it. The sky prides of the fire Qilin cave who were running away screamed crazily when they saw the scene. 7th master. Many people rushed towards Lin Xian, but they were swept away by Lin Xian's sword. The others were scared out of their wits and knelt in the air. Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. They quickly retreated with ugly expressions. Huamuzhen's death was unbelievable to them. One had to know that their strength was about the same. But if they really had to differentiate, Huamuzhen was obviously stronger than them. After all, the other party had the 7th generation Qilin bloodline, which was extremely terrifying. What about now? His opponent was actually dead. He was killed by the brat in front of him. They would never have imagined such a scene even in their dreams. After Lin Xian killed Huomuzhen, he stared at Zhan Wushuang. Instantly, Zhan Wushuang's body trembled. He tore open the void and fled without another word. Pum! Lin Xian was already prepared. The golden hand in the sky descended, shattering the void and blasting Zhan Wushuang out. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhan Wushuang's mouth. His expression was extremely ugly. He did not say anything because he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. Even someone as strong as Huomuzhen had been killed. If he were to stay any longer, he would probably be killed as well. Therefore, he took out a scroll and wrapped it around his body. Brat, I'll kill you next time. Space-time teleportation scroll. Someone exclaimed. It was equivalent to a portable space teleportation array. The cost of making this kind of scroll was very high. Only the top clans could produce it. Trying to escape? Looking at Zhan Wushuang's body that was getting fainter, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. With a slash of the sword, it directly destroyed the power of space. With a bang, Zhan Wushuang fell out of the void. Half of his body was badly mutilated. Damn it, you can actually destroy the power of space. He screamed like a madman. In the distance, those people were also terrified. The great dragon's sword soul was too terrifying. It could destroy everything. It could even destroy the illusory space teleportation. You tried to kill me time and time again because you wanted to use my name to climb up the ranks. Today I'll lend you. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and a sword light shot forward. No. Zhan Wushuang screamed crazily, but he was firmly locked in place. At the critical moment, a hazy shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows. It was a middle-aged man. Although it was just an illusion, the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. He reached out a palm and directly grabbed the shocking sword. It was a soul imprint. A peerless expert from the war tribe was protecting Zhan Wushuang. Someone screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. Zhan Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. Hee kid, let's see how you kill me this time. Before he could finish, a purple sword pierced through his heart and froze his body in midair. How dare you bully big brother Lin Xian? I'll kill you, you big baddie. Damn it, you. Zhan Wushuang's body trembled, and his face became incomparably pale. He did not expect Xin Jingqiu to suddenly attack. He turned around with a sinister expression. I want you dead. He rushed forward like a madman. Xin Jingqiu shouted. Infinite purple lightning. She formed a seal with both hands and pressed forward. With a bang, Zhan Wushuang's head exploded. Elder, save me. Zhan Wushuang's soul escaped from his body and flew forward. The illusory middle-aged man turned his head and stared at Xin Jingqiu with a cold light in his eyes. Xin Jingqiu summoned a purple cloud to defend herself. Clang! She was forced back, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. How dare you destroy the war tribe's unparalleled body? You deserve to die. The hazy middle-aged man's eyes were extremely sharp. Lin Xian shouted coldly. A mere soul imprint. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today. He activated the great dragon's sword soul and charged forward. You want to kill me with just you? The middle-aged man was disdainful, but in the next moment he screamed, because he realized that his soul imprint was burning. Damn it, what kind of sword chi is this? He screamed in horror. Old Zhang had the great dragon sword soul, and it could annihilate everything. Great dragon sword soul. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He waved his hand and wrapped Zhan Wushuang's corpse, then carried it into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. Do you still think you can leave? In the sky, a golden hand slapped down, but it was blocked by the middle-aged man. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a god, cold and indifferent. In his eyes, Countless runes formed two mysterious patterns that transformed into sharp, golden blades that slashed downwards. "You want to hit me with a mirror-eye technique?" The middle-aged man sneered. But in the next moment, he was pierced by a rune blade. Zhan Wushuang's soul was also pierced. Their souls quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness. Dead. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the soul imprint that came out from Zhan Wushuang's forehead would also be destroyed. What was that pair of golden eyes? Everyone trembled under the gaze of that pair of eyes. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The attack just now was a rune pattern that he had obtained in the mysterious passage. Now that it appeared, it killed both Zhan Wushuang and the war tribe's soul imprint. Who else? Lin Xian looked around. Chapter 2993. Feng Yinxue and the Fire Dragon King turned around and fled without a word. They directly activated spatial teleportation and fled into the distance. Lin Xian did not make a move. He coldly watched this scene. Everyone prostrated themselves. Those ancient creatures also quickly retreated. Too powerful. Such a sure-kill situation was actually resolved by the other party, and he even killed Humujin and Zhan Wushuang, two top geniuses. This was going to pierce through the sky. Didn't you see that the Fire Dragon King had scared Feng Yinxue away? Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the Crimson Dragon flew back. Xin Jingqiu also came to his side. "Are you guys okay?" Lin Xian was concerned. The three of them shook their heads. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand, wanting everyone to leave. However, at this moment, a sinister laugh rang out. "Want to leave? Can you leave?" Endless laws appeared, piercing through the void and enveloping Lin Xian and the others. "Not good, the saint is here." The spectators in the distance wanted to retreat, but at this moment they screamed. Was the saint going to attack Lin Xian? "Damn it, you dare to ignore the immemorial Treaty of Alliance? Don't you want to live anymore?" The Crimson Dragon roared crazily. The immemorial Treaty of Alliance was still on the ground, and the saint could not make a move. Now, someone dared to openly challenge the treaty. "Sorry, I'm not a saint, but a half-step saint. It's not a violation of the rules, right?" A figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His face was incomparably familiar. It was the soul imprint that Lin Xian had destroyed previously. Damn it, the other party's main body actually came. He did not expect the other party to be a half-step saint. Kid, not good. A half-step saint has already comprehended a trace of the power of laws, far surpassing an invincible king. The Crimson Dragon's expression was ugly. Lin Xian's expression was cold. This war race was really courting death. They actually sent a half-step saint to kill him. A biting cold light burst out from his eyes. The half-step saint in the sky sneered. "Useless kid. Even if you have the dragon sword soul and the 9-yang divine body, you still can't resist. I'm using the power of laws." Laws danced around him. Although they were fragments of laws, they still surpassed the level of a king. The half-saint of the war race revealed a sinister smile. "I will kill you with my own hands and then extract your great dragon's sword soul. Now go to hell." He reached out a hand that was completely formed from law fragments. "It's over. Lin Xian is really going to die." Those people in the distance screamed in fear. They didn't expect the war clan's half-saint to arrive so quickly. Could it be that this was premeditated? In this moment of crisis, when Lin Xian and the others wanted to fight back, a sigh came from the sky. The palm of law instantly turned to dust, and the half-saint's body split apart, turning into a bloody mist that no longer existed. A half-saint expert had died. Who did it? A saint? Everyone went crazy. Today's events were becoming more and more terrifying. Were they trying to pierce through the heavens? Even a saint had appeared. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's brows twitched. He felt a wave of law energy wrap around them. In the next moment, they left the vast mountain. Lin Xian had been taken away by a saint. It was definitely a saint from a mortal palace. Those in the distance cried out in alarm. At the same time, this matter quickly swept through the entire true spirit world. Everyone knew about this battle. They were shocked by Lin Xian's strength. 50,000 Archean geniuses were killed, and the war race's peerless genius, Zhan Wushuang, was also killed. Not only that, the war race also lost a half-saint. In an instant, this battle turned into a storm that shocked the human race's geniuses and Archean experts. Gu Santong Wu Hua and the others were shocked when they heard this. They hadn't seen Brother Lin for a few months, but he had already become so powerful. When Yi Wudao heard this news, his eyes flickered. It seemed like he had also entered the realm of invincible kings. The 10,000 ancient races were silent. The 10,000 Dragon Empire and Divine Emperor's people had gloomy expressions. The Fire Qilin Cave was furious. Damn it, that useless Huomuzhen was truly trash. He had lost face for the Fire Qilin Cave. The Qilin Crown Prince roared, making everyone silent. The war race was even more furious. Their number one genius had been killed. Not only that, they had also lost a half-saint. This was unbearable. However, what frightened them was that they didn't know which saint had done it. Was it Xiajiao? When they thought of that old man, they were terrified. In the end, the war race's old ancestor sent a message, telling the war race's saints, including the half-saints, not to act rashly. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. The reactions of all sides were different, but countless warriors were discussing this battle. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left the vast mountain. When they appeared again, they found that they had returned to Immortal Palace. It seemed like it was indeed Immortal Palace's saint who had done it. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. It's really surprising. In the main hall, an old figure turned around. Seeing this person, Morong Qingqing was relieved. Xin Jingqiu was shocked and nervous. Lin Xian's expression changed. He was overjoyed. Greetings, Elder Xia. The person in front of him was Xiajiao. Was it the other party's true body or clone? Xiajiao said with a chuckle, I came to inform you of something. The House of Prodigy is about to open. If you want to walk the path of Great Emperor, you must first join the House of Prodigy. Was the path of Great Emperor about to open? Hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled. Morong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also stunned. The crimson dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it finally about to begin? His voice was trembling a little. The path of Great Emperor was an extremely cruel path. Once one walked it, there was a high chance of dying inside. How many shocking geniuses had confidently walked the path of Great Emperor, but in the end, they turned into a pile of bones. And this time, it would be even more dangerous. With the revival of the 10,000 ancient races, so many geniuses had appeared. One could imagine how difficult the path of Great Emperor in this era would be. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His eyes were shining with excitement. How am I going to participate? To put it bluntly, the path of the Great Emperor was an ancient starry sky path that had existed since a long time ago. This path is too mysterious and profound. It's not only in our true spirit world. Moreover, there are many ways to enter this path. The immemorial royal family and the remote ancient families must have their own ways. And if you want to enter the path of Great Emperor, you must first enter the House of Prodigy. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. There was a lot of information in this sentence. The path of Great Emperor was an ancient starry sky path that didn't only exist in the true spirit world. So where else did it exist? The remote ancient families and the 10,000 ancient races were both emperor races. It seemed like the emperor races had a special way to enter. And for people like them who weren't from the emperor races, entering the House of Prodigy would require a lot of effort. Then what was this House of Prodigy? Was it a mysterious force? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Lin Xian didn't know any of this.